The Larks started off bracket play of the 2025 NBC World Series with a huge win over the San Diego Stars. And now, less than 24 hours later, they are set to go for the semifinals in a rematch against the Lonestar Kraken. As we welcome you into the pregame show on this Friday evening at X Stadium in Wichita, Kansas, alongside me is Eli Blankenship, and I'm Hank Corsair. And the Larks had a rough start to the NBC World Series in pool play, but it seems like now they are getting things going at the perfect time. The batting has gotten off to a strong start in the last few games, and the pitching has done their part on the mound to get the Larks some big wins against some tough competition. But now they have to play the Lonestar Kraken once again. That is who they played in their final game of pool play, where they were able to lead from start to finish and get a big win. But the Kraken have shown this entire week in Wichita that they are a dangerous team as well, and it should serve up to be an exciting matchup because only one team can play for the championship against the Hutchinson Monarchs, and we'll see who it's going to be tonight. And our pregame show coverage will continue next. We'll have a talk with Eli Blankenship and do an opponent breakdown of the Lonestar Kraken. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. We welcome you back to X Stadium in Wichita, Kansas on the pregame shows. The Larks get set for a semifinal matchup against the Lonestar Kraken, which is scheduled for an 8:50 first pitch. And we now welcome on Eli Blankenship for the pregame show. Eli, how are you doing tonight?
I am excited. I'm ready to get this game underway. A rematch between the Larks and the Kraken. It should be a good one tonight.
And we got to see an exciting game to start bracket play as well last night against the San Diego Stars, which was also technically this morning, where the Larks got out to an early lead. The pitching did their job. Simon Lunsford had an incredible performance in his first game as a Lark, pitching the first 6 complete innings. And it was smooth sailing from that point on as the Larks got another 10-run win.
Well, I can confidently say that I've gotten pretty close to getting my nights and days mixed up after these last 2 games from the Larks. My sleep schedule's all over the place, but it's been fun, and I'm really intrigued to see how this Larks team does after, they got so used to playing in the pitch black darkness of the Wichita sky. We'll see how they do tonight. They played really well against the Stars last night, and the pitching by Simon Lunsford was really what led the Larks to their victory last night.
And it feels like they're clicking at the right time. If you look back at the first 2 games against Seattle and Oklahoma, it was a little bit of rocky moments at times, but that final game of pool play against the Kraken and the game last night against San Diego, it was a much different team that was destined to get to this point, and now they have an opportunity to play for the championship tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I think an interesting thing that we're seeing is this Larks team is peaking at just the right time. And when I say peaking, you hear this term used a lot when you're a cross-country runner or a track runner or whatever you're doing. A lot of times what coaches will do is they'll do workouts that are specifically designed so that you can hit your fastest possible time at the very end of the season when they need you to hit the fastest time possible. Same concept applies here in baseball with the Larks. They're trying to play their absolute best baseball at the right time right now. They've played really good baseball all season long, and they had that little bit of a dip there, but things are on the up here for the Larks as they are in the semifinals now and looking to try to go to their second straight NBC World Series championship.
And with these last 2 games that have basically spanned over 2 days, you got to wonder what the mentality is this time around for the Larks, because you're playing later than usual. It's not what you're used to, and now you're jumping back to it in such a quick amount of time.
I think there's a lot of factors that go into that, but they have to just keep their head and play the baseball they know how to play. I think what's going to play to the benefit of the Larks is that they had a day of rest. They got that bye in the first round of bracket play, and I think that is going to be a very big benefit for the Larks going forward in bracket play, as opposed to the Kraken, who have been playing since the first round of bracket play. They didn't have that bye, so I'm sure the Kraken's bullpen is going to be certainly tired. Their entire team's probably going to be tired now. I'm not saying the Larks won't be, but I think that the Larks will definitely have the leg up, per se, over the top of the Kraken in terms of how they're doing physically.
And the Larks will now play the Kraken a second time. There's always that, you know that phrase, it is very tough to beat a good team a second time. We're going to see what the Larks do with that tonight, especially because of how good Lonestar has looked in their games other than the Larks. They have not trailed against anybody other than the Larks, and they've gotten some big wins.
Well, if I were to say that I wasn't remotely concerned about having to play the Kraken twice, I'd be lying. I think that this Kraken team is very talented. We've looked at their roster time and time again, and they really have loaded up this team specifically for the NBC World Series. They're a very talented squad, and they have the ability to compete with a team that is just as good as anybody. I mean, they can compete with this Larks team. We saw it in their last matchup, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see another close game tonight.
Always great to talk with Eli here on the pregame show, and now we'll take a look at our opponent breakdown. The Lonestar Kraken went 2-1 in pool play with 2 run rule wins to start over the Oklahoma MVP and the Seattle Blackfins, and then they fell to the Hayes Larks. So with that loss, they had to play in the play-in game, and they did so in a big way. They got a big win over TPA Texas with a run rule by a final score of 10-2, and then the very next day on July 31st, they take on one of the most historic teams here at the NBC World Series. It's the Santa Barbara Foresters. They got the win 6-4, and now will play for the for a chance to go to the championship game tonight. And this is a team that can get up big if you let them get a strong start. They can get out of hand pretty early, and the pitching has done a good job as well. They have put together a total of 40 strikeouts in 5 games here at the NBC World Series, and they've only allowed 15 runs. And they've held all opponents to 4 runs or less except for the Larks. So it should be an exciting matchup, and we'll now run down real quickly with our starting lineups. Starting with the Lonestar Kraken, they will be led off by number 67, JT Seminelli, the right fielder. Number 1, Chase Penley will bat next, and then number 45, Josh Livingston will bat in the 3 spot. The cleanup batter tonight is number 13, Preston Curtis. And after that will be number 20, Ethan Ho. Batting 6th is number 9, Diego Gonzalez, the designated hitter. Batting 7th will be number 42, Kenner Lauterbach. Number 2, Cato Robardi will bat 8th. And the final batter in the order for the Lonestar Kraken is number 21, Major Brennan. And looking at the Larks, they will once again be led off by number 8, Lane Sparks, playing in right field tonight. Number 2, Trent Baker will be in left field, batting 2nd. Thomas Lissy again returns to the 3rd spot in the order. And Brady Kreitzer returns to the lineup. He's the designated hitter tonight, batting 4th. Caleb Duncan at center field will bat 5th after that. Lorenzo Rios returns to the catching position, batting 6th. 7th in the order is number 25, Paul Smith, playing first base after being a defensive substitute for Jackson Babcock the last few games. Number 6, Tabor Stokes will be at shortstop, batting 8th, and his college teammate C.J. Reed will bat 9th. And our pitching matchup tonight will feature the Larks' most winning pitcher. That is number 14, Nick Gray. And for the Kraken, it's number 19, Trent Collier. So that's a look at our starting lineups, and first pitch is coming up next. It is the semifinals between the Hayes Larks and the Lonestar Kraken, and only one team can play for the championship against the Hutchinson Monarchs in downtown Wichita tomorrow night. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. The moment has arrived. It's a semifinal matchup between the Hayes Larks and the Lonestar Kraken with an opportunity to go to the championship game tomorrow night at Equity Bank Park in downtown Wichita. As Lane Sparks steps into the left-handed batter's box to face off against number 19, Trent Collier, the starter for the Lonestar Kraken. The first pitch is on the way. The fastball is high and inside. Sparks takes a swing at it and misses, and there is strike one as first pitch comes at 8:50 p.m., much earlier than what we've been used to these last two games. And taking a look at our weather report for tonight, it's mostly clear, 74 degrees with 8-mile-per-hour winds, and it's actually a little bit foggy in the distance. And it says that the air quality is not the best right now, but it looks like it's off in the distance mostly.
Yeah, I would beg to differ on the 8-mile-an-hour winds. The wind is certainly coming a lot stronger than 8 mile an hour out of right field tonight. The flagpole out in right field is certainly whipping pretty good straight out from right field, so it's going to limit how far the ball is going to travel tonight.
Count 2-1 to Lane Sparks against Trent Collier, the freshman from Weatherford Community College that is transferring to the SEC to play for the Oklahoma Sooners next season. He kicks and deals the next pitch, and missing down low, he goes to his sinker. And the count moves to 3-1.
Well, he'll be right alongside Jordan Stribling of the Larks, pitching at OU for the Sooners. Sure, they'll get real familiar with each other.
Count is actually 2-2. Next pitch misses high and inside, and that will lead to a full count. After Lane Sparks for the Larks, it'll be Trent Baker, Thomas Lissy, and Brady Kreitzer up to bat next. As already we'll have a payoff pitch between Lane Sparks and Trent Collier in his second start of the NBC World Series. And the next pitch is fouled back, taking a bounce into the net. We'll await pitch number 7 now to the right fielder out of Wharton State Community College. Everyone waiting patiently for the pitch. Here it comes. And a swing and a miss, and there is the first out of the game as Trent Collier gets his 10th strikeout of the NBC World Series, a team high for the first out of the inning.
Well, what I'll say about this Kraken team is they're very talented, and if they want to be able to compete with this Lark squad, they have to set the tone early in this game. That is the only way that any team has been able to keep up with the Larks all season long is if they set the tone early. And that's what they've got to do here tonight if they want to have a chance to take down the Larks.
With one out, Trent Baker will come up to bat, swinging and missing at the first pitch for strike one. Here's a look at the Lonestar Kraken defensive alignment. In left field is number 2, Cato Ribardi. Next to him in center field is number 13, Preston Curtis. And in right field is number 67, JT Simonelli. We'll take a look at the infield in just a moment as the next pitch goes to the plate. And Trent Baker lines it back into the net, and he is down 0-2 in the count. At third base is number 21, Major Brennan. At the other corner at first base will be number 45, Josh Livingston. And on the inside, the Kraken will have number 1, Chase Penley playing second base, and number 42, Kenner Lauterbach playing shortstop. Here comes the 0-2 to the plate. At the knees of Baker inside, the count is now 1-2. Baker in the right-handed batter's box facing off against the left-hander Trent Collier. Collier will decide on his pitch. He uses a fastball, sinker, changeup, slider, and splitter. One of the deepest pitching arsenals the Larks have seen so far in this tournament. Next pitch misses, and now the count 2-2 to Baker. And this one goes to the plate. Trent Baker will hit it foul, going past the Lonestar dugout on the first base side. Staying alive with the 2-strike count.
Well, the Larks are going to have to battle at every at-bat tonight at the plate. Trent Collier is a very talented pitcher, and the Larks are not going to have any gimmies over the plate tonight.
The next pitch misses low and outside. The catcher, Ethan Ho, tried to frame it but couldn't get it in the zone. And back-to-back full counts to start the game for the Kraken against the Larks. Baker awaits the pitch, and here it comes. He hits a line drive into right field. This one will land in foul territory, and it takes a bounce into the Lonestar bullpen, and some young fans will track it down as it goes out of play. This will be pitch number 8 to Trent Baker, the Larks leader in RBIs with 40, playing his 29th game with the team this season. He reached base 3 times in the Larks' last game against San Diego, and he'll do it right here as he is walked on a full count, heading over to first base, setting up an opportunity for Thomas Lissy to advance some more Larks early on in the game.
Well, Trent Baker showed some great plate discipline there, not swinging at any pitches that weren't there in the zone. That's what the Larks are going to have to do all night long tonight if they want to have some base runners to get them around the base paths and score some runs. This, as I've said, Collier is a very talented pitcher, and he's not going to have anything that is just going to be left out over the front of the plate for the Larks to just take a bite of.
So the junior from Harlingen, Texas, Thomas Lissy up to bat. Left-hander versus left-hander. And the first pitch is outside for ball 1. Trent Collier, the freshman from Weatherford Community College, played in 17 games this last season. Made 2 saves and put together a 6-1 record to get himself a second-team all-conference selection. And on the next pitch, it's going to be called a ball. And stealing second is Trent Baker. Doing it again, he puts himself in scoring position with his 29th steal of the 2025 season.
Well, there was no doubt in Trent Baker's mind that he was going to make that steal in with plenty of time, and he did just that. The throw was nowhere near catching Trent Baker on that play. Baker is so speedy on the base paths, and that's what plays his advantage of being so high in the lineup. It allows him to be more aggressive on the base paths.
Baker will now try to steal third, and he gets there safely. And Lissy is ahead 3-0 with a runner 90 feet away from home plate.
A base hit scores him. That's all the Larks need here.
That's now 6 games in a row for Trent Baker where he's gotten at least 2 stolen bases, as he's gotten 12 in his last 6 games. The last pitch was called a strike, so 2-1, now 3-1 as Thomas Lissy leaves the pitch from Collier upstairs. Baker puts his hands on his knees at third, taking a short lead as the next pitch goes to the plate. It's a line drive right back up the middle, and the Larks strike first tonight in X Stadium as Thomas Lissy will turn and take a look at second base, and Trent Baker crosses home plate.
Well, the last 2 games the Larks have played here at the NBC World Series, they have struck first, and that has been the key to their success in both of those wins has been striking first. Striking first allows the Larks to play with a lot more confidence. They get way more relaxed when they're up to the plate. Even when they're playing defense on the other side of the ball, they get so much more relaxed, and they play with so much more confidence.
The Larks are the only team that the Lonestar Kraken have trailed against at any point in this entire tournament, and that trend continues tonight. As Brady Kreitzer, the Fort Hays State Tiger, comes up to bat and starts the count 0-1 as he takes the first pitch. Kreitzer looking for a big hit right here in his return to the lineup. He's the Larks leader in slugging percentage at .738. And now he trails 0-2 in the count as he swings and misses at the next pitch. Collier already has 1 strikeout, looking for number 2. And he puts the next pitch down low for the first ball of the at-bat. The first baseman, Livingston, will cover the bag as Thomas Lissy's got the lead. And a swing and a miss there for Brady Kreitzer on the low pitch. He is struck out swinging, and now there's 2 away.
Well, Brady Kreitzer's not an easy guy to strike out, so props to Trent Collier for being able to get Kreitzer swinging on that pitch. It's not typically something we see Brady Kreitzer do, is chase pitches that are all over the zone.
We'll see if Caleb Duncan can keep the inning alive. 1 runner on, 2 outs. First pitch is called a ball to Duncan. The only player for the Larks that has gotten on base in every game this season. Starts with a 1-0 count, and here comes the next pitch. This one is lined into the safety net on the right side of home plate for the first strike to Caleb Duncan. In the on-deck circle for the Larks is number 21, Lorenzo Rios, batting 6th. Wearing his guards on his legs as the catcher tonight. Count moves to 2-1 to Duncan as the next pitch goes high. Left fielder playing a little bit deeper. That's number 2, Cato Ribardi. And here comes the 2-1. Low and inside, and there's ball 3 to Caleb Duncan.
Duncan showing some good plate discipline here. The 3-1 count, he has to make it be in the zone for him to swing at it.
We're going to get a quick meeting as Lone Star's coach will make his way to the mound.
Well, this is certainly an interesting point of the ball game to go ahead and have a mound meeting. I understand you got a 3-1 count. He's been struggling with the batter, but at the same token, you only got one runner on. He's on first base, and you've got 2 outs. I think that you just got to let your guy do his thing and try to give him as much confidence as possible to close out this inning, and then have a conversation with him in the dugout. Try to get his mind right going into the rest of this outing for him.
So Caleb Duncan will step back into the right-handed box to continue the rest of his at-bat. And here comes the pitch from Collier. Swing and a miss, and it's going to be the 3rd Larks batter this inning to be faced with a full count. Lane Sparks struck out. Trent Baker walked and scored the first run of tonight's game. Now we'll see what Caleb Duncan does as there's 2 outs. Here's the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 3 strikeouts to get the 3 outs in the inning for the Lone Star Kraken. But the Larks strike first at X Stadium. Trent Baker was walked on a full count, brought home from an RBI single by Thomas Lissy to give the Larks the first lead. And we'll be back in a moment to see how the Kraken respond. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. One run, 1 hit, and 1 left on base for the Larks to start this semifinal matchup against the Lone Star Kraken. And getting ready for the bottom of the first inning, number 14, Nick Gray, will make the start for the Larks tonight. Start number 9 for him on the year, putting his 6-0 record to the test. As the first batter he's going to face is number 67 for the Kraken, JT Simonelli, the sophomore from South Arkansas Community College. As the first pitch will be hit, it'll be popped up, going into foul territory. 2 Larks are going to run after it. And it's close to the fence, but it's going to land in the bullpen. And it starts the count off 0-1 here in the bottom of the first inning. JT Simonelli so far in this World Series has led the Kraken in slugging percentage at .556 with a team-high 8 hits and 6 runs. Looking to get on base for a strong start to this game. After the pitching gave up 1 run to the Larks in the first inning, with Trent Baker scoring after being walked and Thomas Lissy getting the RBI single to bring him home. Nick Gray with his signature motion delivers the next pitch, and it's down low for ball 1. Here's the Larks' defensive alignment tonight. Trent Baker returns to left field. Caleb Duncan once again will play in center field, and Lane Sparks is in right field tonight. And the next pitch is on the way to the catcher, number 21, Lorenzo Rios. And Simonelli is hit on the leg, and he will head down over to first base.
Well, Gray he's just got to keep his cool now. He can't get too much into his head after hitting the first batter in the order. Just move on to the next guy. Forget about the guy that's on first base. Focus on the next guy. Just play catch with Lorenzo Rios there behind the plate.
Second in the order is Chase Penley, the second baseman for the Kraken. It's Angelo State Ram versus Angelo State Ram at the mound and plate. First pitch is inside for ball one to Penley. Another player for the Kraken with 6 runs, and he's got the team high 583 in on-base percentage. Time will be called by the home plate umpire as Penley will step to the side. You got to wonder with this connection the approach that Nick Gray is going to take, because Penley's a very good player. He's an All-American honorable mention from the D2 CCA. And he was a South Central first-team selection as well as the Lonestar Conference Tournament MVP. The count is 1-1. The runner at first base is JT Simonelli. After this next pitch, we'll take a look at the Larks infield. Here's the pitch, and this one's going to be hit over to Thomas Lissy. Double play opportunity to CJ Reed. Now over to Paul Smith, and it's in time. After giving up a hit by a pitch, the Larks turn a double play to get out number 1 and out number 2 in the bottom of the first inning. Thomas Lissy to CJ Reed to Paul Smith.
Well, I'll tell you, CJ Reed has a connection with just about every single guy on this ball field. We talk about Tabor Stokes having a really good connection with CJ Reed, but CJ Reed is able to connect with just about any player on this field. The Thomas Lissy right there making a great throw to CJ Reed, who was able to fire it over to Smith.
With 2 outs, the Kraken will now turn over to number 45, Josh Livingston. And his first pitch is high and outside, starting the count off 1-0. Livingston, the former Wichita State Shocker that's committed to play for the Texas Longhorns next season. Awaits the next pitch. Gray back to his full windup, delivers right down the middle for strike 1.
Well, Gray's windup is so deceptive. He has such a hesitation in his leg kick, and it creates a very hard pitch to read for just about anybody who's up at the plate.
It's what he's done all season. It's kind of like the same windup as Clayton Kershaw.
It is very similar in some respects. I think that Nick Gray's done a good job at being able to distinguish his own, make it kind of his own style so that he's not a spitting image of Clayton Kershaw per se. He's got to do what's comfortable for him.
The count gets untied, and it's going to be in favor of Josh Livingston as it's 3 balls to 1 strike. Josh Livingston had a home run against the Larks, so some of the infielders are going to play deep, and the outfielders will do the same as well. Gray delivers the 3-1, and it's in there for strike 2.
Good-looking pitch there from Nick Gray. Was able to fire it right onto the inside corner of the zone, and now he's going to face Josh Livingston with a full count here.
An opportunity for the Larks to go 3 up, 3 down here in the first inning. Here's the payoff pitch from Nick Gray. It's going to be hit foul over to the Kraken dugout, and we'll await the 7th pitch of the at-bat. Livingston steps back into the box, swings his bat around a couple times. Rios puts his glove low and inside, and the pitch goes to the plate. And it's in there for strike 3. 2 outs. The first 2 outs were recorded on a double play, and Nick Gray steps up at the end of the inning, getting the strikeout against Josh Livingston to retire the side. The Larks have a 1-0 lead at the end of 1, and will send Lorenzo Rios, Paul Smith, and Tabor Stokes up to bat next. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. The pitching and the fielding did their part for the Larks in the first inning, leading 1-0 going into the top of the second as Lorenzo Rios steps up to the plate to face off against Lonestar starter Trent Collier. Lorenzo Rios is one of 2 players for the Larks making his return to the lineup after setting out of the last game. We'll see what he does in his return tonight.
Well, I'll tell you, Lorenzo Rios has had the hot hands for this Larks team in the NBC World Series. He's got one of the best averages on the team, at least for the NBC World Series. So far, he's been hitting .500.
He'll await the second pitch after starting the count 0-1. And then a half-hearted swing on the next pitch. They're going to say that he didn't go around, and then the field umpire gets the appeal in for strike 2. So Rios will have to battle back in his 30th game as a Hayes Lark. The pitch goes to the plate, swing and a miss, and that's strikeout number 4 on the night for Trent Collier.
Well, Trent Collier has really been pretty productive on the mound tonight. Despite giving up 1 run, he had a couple hits that were pretty solid knocks from the Larks in that first inning, but he's really been taking care of business in terms of strikeouts.
Next up will be Lorenzo Rios' college teammate, number 25, Paul Smith. Goes into his stance. Collier delivers the pitch, low and inside, and there's ball 1. Collier comes into his stance, gets the pitch to the plate, high and outside for ball 2. Paul Smith only had 1 at-bat for the Larks last night against the San Diego Stars, but it was a big one as he came in as a pinch hitter in the final inning, recorded a triple, and then eventually scored a run. And now he faces a tied count as he fouls off the next pitch, 2-1 now. Collier takes a deep breath as he delivers the next pitch. This one's popped up, out of play. And Paul Smith will now have to face a 2-2 count.
It's always interesting where Paul Smith gets worked into the lineup because he's such a versatile player for this Larks team. He can play catcher, he can play right field, he can play first base. Wherever they need him to play, he plays it.
He gets a line drive on a broken bat into left field. And right there, Paul Smith steps up big. Got up 2-0, 2 strikes followed after that, but he gets the hit as his bat breaks. One piece went towards third base, the other goes behind home plate. Yeah, he's on first base.
The bat's split in half. I mean, literally split in half right up the middle of the bat. It's almost like it broke on the seam of where it was I don't even know. That was I've never seen a bat break the way that one just did, and I think that part of it flew off on the contact of the ball. The other part of it stayed in his hand, and he ended up just having to throw it off to the side.
It's the second hit of the night for the Larks, and now Tabor Stokes up to bat. We'll have to wait a little bit longer for his first pitch as Collier threw back to first base, but Paul Smith slides back safely. Still just 1 out here in the top of the second inning. And the first pitch, a little bit high, but they're going to call it strike 1. It is once again pitch black out here in Wichita, Kansas. It was cloudy as the sun set, and with that you can see the glares of the lights in the outfield as the next pitch is in there, but it's going to be called ball 1.
Well, visibility is certainly very limited here at X Stadium tonight, and you can see that, as you mentioned, from just kind of the fog that you can see underneath the bright lights of X Stadium.
Right before first pitch, it was listed that the air quality is a little bit not as good as it's been for the first few days.
Well, I'll say the weather's certainly been different here in the last couple days here in Wichita, Kansas. It's been very cool, especially this evening. It's very nice and cool. We've been enjoying that quite a bit here these last couple days.
Tabor Stokes will now get an even count at 2-2 as the next pitch misses to the right of the plate. Stokes enters this game with a .360 average on the year and a team-high 50 hits. He fouls back the next pitch, staying alive at 2-2. Still just one out and a runner at first base. Collier taking his time as the next pitch is on the way, and he gets his 5th strikeout of the night as Tabor Stokes swings and misses for out number 2.
Well, Collier's been pitching pitches that batters like to swing at, and that's been the big difference maker for Collier tonight on the mound. He's been able to throw pitches that were just outside of the zone and just enough to get batters to chase, and you saw that right there in that particular at-bat with Tabor Stokes.
All 5 strikeouts have been swinging, and now 2 away as C.J. Reed comes up to bat, and he will take a swing and miss at the fastball for strike 1 as Paul Smith took a big lead over at first base. Josh Livingston will cover the first base bag as Paul Smith takes the lead. Collier will look at him, but will shift his focus to the batter as the next pitch is on the way. It is in there for strike 2. Reed will swing his bat and await the pitch as it goes to the plate. This one's put in play, and it's fielded by Josh Livingston, who will just jog over to the first base bag and tag it, and there is out number 3. Paul Smith got a single, but he is left stranded in the inning as the Larks still hold on to the 1-0 lead against the Lonestar Kraken as they will go to the middle part of their order when we come back. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. The middle part of the order up now for the Lonestar Kraken to start the bottom of the second inning. It's the center fielder Preston Curtis going up to the plate to face off against the starter Nick Gray, who's had a strong performance so far with a strikeout and no hits allowed. The first pitch of the inning is on the way. It's put in play. Thomas Lissy tried making a diving play for it, but it's going to go between him and Stokes. And right away, there's the first hit of the game for the Lonestar Kraken going into left field.
That was a very difficult play to make there for Thomas Lissy. That was a hard hit ball into left field, and it actually kind of skipped on the turf basically right in front of Thomas Lissy's mitt, and because of that, it bounced, and Lissy didn't have his mitt positioned in the right spot for him to be able to make that play.
Now up for the Kraken is the freshman Ethan Ho from Paris Junior College. Swings his bat in the air and will take the first pitch for ball 1. Ethan Ho's gotten 5 hits and 2 runs scored so far for the Kraken in this year's NBC World Series. Awaits the next pitch from Nick Gray, and here it is. It is inside, and it's called strike one. The runner at first base is Preston Curtis, who had the leadoff single just a moment ago. After Ethan Ho, it'll be number 9, Diego Gonzalez, the designated hitter, and then number 42, Kenner Lauterbach. Ho takes a swing at the next pitch. This one will go out of play, foul behind home plate, and he is down 1-2. Ho's been struck out 4 times so far in the NBC World Series. And the pitch goes to the plate. Half-hearted swing. It will go foul. And he stays alive. Wasn't fully committed to swinging the bat there, but he made contact with the ball, and it rolled foul down the first base line. Gray decides on the pitch that he's going to deliver to the Larks catcher Lorenzo Rios. Comes set and delivers the 1-2. Right down Broadway, he gets the strikeout, his second of the night, and there's one away here in the bottom of the second inning as Ethan Ho will head back to the Lone Star dugout.
That was a great pitch there from Nick Gray. Found the zone right where he wanted it. Left it out over the middle, which is a little bit surprising from Nick Gray for him to leave one out over the middle like that, but I think it almost fooled Ethan Ho. He thought for sure he was going to try and pitch him some slop that he was going to try and get Ethan Ho to chase for, and Nick Gray said, let's get this count over with. Ended that at bat real quick.
Now up is the number 9, Diego Gonzalez, the designated hitter, who will take the first pitch for ball 1. Diego Gonzalez played in 17 games this last season for his freshman year at Amarillo College. He is originally from Frisco, Texas. He is one of 23 players on this Lone Star roster that resides from the Lone Star State. Count is now 1-1 as the next pitch goes down the middle. After Diego Gonzalez, it'll be number 42, Kenner Lauterbach, and number 2, Cato Ribardi. As Nick Gray delivers the even pitch, and it just misses on the outside, tying the count up 2-1. Preston Curtis takes a short lead over at first base. He's stolen 3 times in this NBC World Series. Going to try to make it 4 right here as the throw goes down to second base, and it will roll into the outfield as Caleb Duncan will scoop it up and throw it back in. The count is 3-1 to Gonzalez. Takes a couple practice swings. And Gray is ready to deliver the pitch. Here comes the 3-1. And this one is drilled deep into right field. Sparks will run back for it, but there is no doubt about it. It lands in the Kosich corner in right field. And the Lone Star Kraken get the lead back with a 2-run slam by number 9, Diego Gonzalez.
That ball was absolutely crushed, and when you said no doubt about it, there was quite literally no doubt about that ball being out of the ballpark. That thing was destroyed out into right field. Went over the top of that kind of pavilion seating area out in right field, out by the 330 mark, and man, that ball was just obliterated. There was no chance that ball was staying in the ballpark, and for the Kraken, that's a pretty nice way to take the lead, and certainly with an exclamation point at the end of it.
It's the second home run of the World Series for the Kraken, and they'll try to keep the inning alive with 1 out and Kenner Lauterbach up to bat. Nick Gray goes back to his full windup, and the first pitch is outside, starting the count off 1-0. Lauterbach has the best batting average on this Kraken team at .467. He's a redshirt freshman from Benton, Louisiana, and on the next pitch he's going to hit it into the night sky, and Lane Sparks is going to track it down in right field for out number 2. Cato Ribardi comes up to bat now, trying to get a 2-out rally going for the Kraken. the Weatherford Community College commit that played at Prosper High School, will take the first pitch for ball one.
Well, the key for Nick Gray now going forward is just going to be keep your mental in the ball game. You know you're a talented pitcher. Just keep your mental where it needs to be. Don't let a home run like that ruin an entire outing.
Next pitch goes down the middle for strike one. Robardi making his 6th appearance in the lineup for the Kraken in this year's NBC World Series. Gets set for the next pitch, and this one hit over to Paul Smith, who will wave off Nick Gray, run over and tag first base, and record out number 3 here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. But the Lonestar Kraken have gotten their first lead of tonight's game. Preston Curtis had a single, stole second, and brought home by a 2-run home run from number 9, Diego Gonzalez, to take the first lead of the game. And we'll see how the Larks respond next in the top of the 3rd inning as they're back to the top of their order. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. Trent Collier returns to the mound for the top of the 3rd inning as the Lonestar Kraken will go to work in the field after taking their first lead of the game thanks to a 2-run home run from number 9, Diego Gonzalez, and they're facing the top of the Larks order with number 8, Lane Sparks. He starts the inning with a ball, and on the very next pitch it's going to go inside, and Lane Sparks is going to get ahead 2-0. After Sparks, it'll be number 2, Trent Baker, number 15, Thomas Lissy, and number 4, Brady Kreitzer up next for the Larks. And on the 2-0 count, he will pop one onto the left side of the infield. Going into foul territory is the 3rd baseman, Brennan, who makes the catch and records out number 1. Now up for the Larks is Trent Baker, who was walked to start the game and was able to get home thanks to an RBI single from Thomas Lissy, who's on deck. Collier will come set, and the pitch goes to the plate. Trent Baker will hit this one out of play, foul. And the count will start off 0-1. It's a tough matchup here for the Larks going up against the Kraken pitcher Trent Collier, who has recorded 5 strikeouts so far tonight, giving him 14 now in this year's NBC World Series. Count 0-2 as Trent Baker hits another one foul over towards the Lonestar Kraken bullpen. And he now has to battle back. Pitch is on the way, and again he fouls one back. This one will land out of play. He's hit almost all of them in the same spot pretty much.
He has, and he's seeing the ball well. He's seeing the pitches well. He's just got to get a hold of one that really gets straightened out, and it's going to have a pretty good chance of going for a ride.
Collier aggressively delivers the next pitch, and it misses down low for ball 1. Baker looking for another big hit. He had an RBI double in the game against the San Diego Stars. Overall, he went 1 for 3 and added 2 walks. The Pitch is on the way. Baker thought about taking a swing, but will leave it upstairs. He is battling back as the count is now 2-2.
Well, more good plate discipline there from Trent Baker, showing why he is an elite hitter that he is, and really probably could have swung at that pitch and gotten away with it.
This one's hit over to the shortstop Lauterbach on the run. He will pick up the hard ground ball, throw it over to first base, and there is now 2 away. That takes the Larks now to number 15, Thomas Lissy, the junior from Incarnate Word.
Well, Lissy's been another one on this roster that's really had the hot hands for the Larks during this NBC World Series. He's really upped his batting percentage when coming to this tournament. It seems as though for Lissy, he's really elevated his game to another level.
Lissy takes a hack at the first pitch and misses. He starts off 0-1. He'll play closer to the plate in the left-handed batter's box. And Collier kicks and deals, but the pitch takes a bounce in the dirt and moves the count to 1-1. It's almost completely silent here at X Stadium as the next pitch goes to the plate, and it is called ball 2.
Well, it was a pretty good showing from both teams' fans on both sides of the ballpark. The Larks certainly have the most fans here between the two, but the Lonestar Kraken, considering they had to travel all the way from Texas, have a pretty good showing as well.
Lissy hits the next ball over to the second baseman Penley, who throws it over to first base, and that leads to out number 3. 3 up, 3 down that inning for the Larks, and now Lone Star will send up Major Brennan in the next inning when we come back. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. (9-1-2) up for the Lone Star Kraken to start the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's Major Brennan coming up to bat. He starts with an 0-1 count and now awaits the next pitch. This one goes outside for ball 1. Major Brennan making his first appearance against the Larks. He is one of 9 players for this Kraken team that has at least 1 year of Division I experience. He played in the Sun Belt last season with the Louisiana Monroe Warhawks and is down 1-2 as he swings and misses at the next pitch. Nick Gray will now look for his 3rd strikeout of the night. He's gotten 1 in each inning. Both of them have been backwards Ks. And he puts another one outside Brennan does not take a swing at it. The count moves to 2-2. Rios puts his glove center. The pitch goes to the plate. Right down the middle once again. Another backwards K for Nick Gray. He's got three on the night, and that is the first one of the inning.
Well, Nick Gray's looked pretty good on the mound so far for the Larks. He put that home run right behind him and hasn't looked back since. And really, you just have to move. He's done exactly what he should have. He's moved right past a mistake like that really, in the grand scheme of an outing, isn't going to come back to hurt you too much mentally.
That will return Lonestar back to the top of their order with number 67, JT Simonelli. Takes the ball for the first pitch and now waits the next one. This one down the middle once again for strike one. He was faced with a 1-1 count in his first appearance where he was hit by a pitch. He was out on a double play shortly after. We're again seeing Rios center his glove as the pitch goes to the plate. This one will be hit foul. And JT Simonelli now has to battle back at 1-2.
Well, whenever Nick Gray gets ahead in a count like this, it opens up so many more options in terms of what pitches he can use from his arsenal. He can really move the ball around and try to get JT Simonelli to chase at some pitches that aren't in strike zone.
Here comes the 1-2 from the Angelo State Ram. And Rios has to come out of his stance to get the ball. The count moves to 2-2. Here comes the pitch from Gray. Another one up high is ball 3. We'll see who wins the battle right here as it's a full count. The first one that Nick Gray has been faced with tonight. Here's the payoff pitch. And a swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Nick Gray. Back-to-back and his fourth of the night as there's 2 away here in the bottom of the third inning.
Well, pitching with confidence and prowess, Nick Gray putting the pitch right on the outer edge of the zone so that it was just enough doubt in JT Simonelli's mind whether or not he wanted to swing at it, and that's exactly what caused him to swing and miss at that pitch. A beautiful pitch placement from Nick Gray.
We'll see if the Larks can go 3 up, 3 down as Chase Penley comes up to bat. He watches the first pitch go by, and it starts the at-bat 0-1. Penley just lets the bat rest on his right shoulder, brings it up as the pitch comes to the plate. He swings and misses, and he is down 0-2.
Well, the first 2 pitches, Nick Gray's gone with the off-speed pitches. We'll see if he ends up going with the heater here on this third pitch.
Here comes the 0-2. Nick Gray in the full windup. This one fouled back. And Chase Penley stays alive.
Well, you saw on that pitch, Penley was a little bit behind the ball, and that was because he went ahead and went with the heater on that pitch. That pitch clocked in at 90 miles an hour from Nick Gray.
This one misses high and outside, just barely missing the zone. It's the first ball to Chase Penley, who is 0 for 1 on the night so far, trying to avoid getting out a second time. And Gray brings his foot down, going in the full windup. This one a fly ball into the right center gap. Lane Sparks will run after it. Can't get there in time, and he will have to throw it in. And the runner's going to go over to second base, and he will slide in safely. A 2-out double for Chase Penley. That one didn't look like it had a chance to be a double, but he was able to get around first base quickly, head over to second base, and beat the tag.
I think what happened there was Lane Sparks almost got a little bit too comfortable out in right field, thinking that he wasn't going to go to second base, but Chase Penley rounded first and didn't even hesitate. He went straight to second base, and so Lane Sparks really didn't have enough time to wind up and make a good throw over to the second baseman, and so because of that, it led to Penley getting extra bases on that play.
So Lone Star is going to try to get a 2-out rally going right here. Josh Livingston comes up to bat for the second time tonight, and he starts with the ball. It's a right-handed pitcher versus left-handed batter with a runner in scoring position. This one hit hard over to Paul Smith, the first baseman. He will again just wave off Nick Gray and tag first base for the final out of the inning. 2 strikeouts to start the inning from Nick Gray. A double comes after that from Chase Penley, but he is left stranded thanks to a ground out by Josh Livingston with the help of Paul Smith. And we'll be back in just a moment for the top of the 4th inning. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. Brady Kreitzer comes up to bat to start the top of the 4th inning as the Larks trail the Kraken 2-1. And I'll throw things over now to Eli Blankenship.
Thank you, Hank. Well, Kreitzer will take the first pitch on the outside of the zone for a ball. 1 ball with no strikes to the designated hitter. The second pitch of the at-bat, low and right up the gut from the Kraken player, Trent Collier. The third pitch of the at-bat, making its way into the zone for the first strike of the count. 2 balls and 1 strike to Brady Kreitzer. The pitch. Missing on the outside corner. Brady Kreitzer leads the count. 3 balls and 1 strike. Collier comes set. Kicks and fires. That pitch high and outside. Brady Kreitzer will make his way down to first base.
Against a pitcher like Trent Collier, this is where the Larks really have to have the plate discipline, and it starts right there with your leadoff batter, Brady Kreitzer, getting on first base.
When you can get a leadoff guy like Brady Kreitzer, who is as fast as he is, I would not be surprised at all if we see him go straight to second base here on this first pitch. They need to take advantage of every single base runner they get on the base paths, especially off of a walk like that. That'll bring up the center fielder, number 12, Caleb Duncan, the native of Goodyear, Arizona, and Wichita State Shocker. First pitch of the at-bat, he signals for a bunt, but pulls the bat back. That pitch goes right up the middle of the zone for strike 1. Collier takes a look over to first. Now the 0-1. That pitch fouled way out of play. Will go past the bleachers on the first base side of the field. Now an 0-2 count to Caleb Duncan. He'll really have to dig in here. Caleb Duncan, the right-handed hitter, placing his right foot on the chalk in the very back of the box. The 0-2 foul out of play.
There was a fan that stopped that was walking. I was concerned that he was just going to try to stand there and let it come to him and make a play on it.
0-2 is the count to Caleb Duncan. The pitch from Collier. Kreitzer goes. Pitches in the dirt. Kreitzer slides in head first and is safe at second base.
And the Kraken are a team that you got to be careful against stealing. They entered this game with their opponents going 11 for 11 on stolen bases, but it's still, like you saw right there, a very close play there for Kreitzer, able to slide in safely.
Duncan hits one hard into left center field. Backing down the ball and caught is Curtis. Oh my goodness. A Superman-esque play from the center fielder, Preston Curtis, who made a diving catch out in center field to stop Duncan's ball from landing into play. Kreitzer will advance to third base, and Duncan will be the first out of the inning.
I thought there was no chance that ball was going to be caught, and just an incredible play right there by Curtis.
Well, Caleb Duncan tipped his helmet to the center fielder as a sign of respect, for mutual sign of respect as another center fielder himself. Laying down a bunt is Lorenzo Rios. Rios will not make it to first base in time. And Kreitzer didn't make it home himself either, because Rios' bunt actually went straight up into the air, and Kreitzer was in a bit of a pickle, so he had to go kind of halfway in between home plate and third base. And so Rios then proceeded to run to first after the ball dropped into play, and the second baseman, Pendley, was able to look over to Kreitzer, who had to stay at third.
And it was because that ball went in the air that it almost was a safe play there for Rios, because you saw the pitcher, Trent Collier, reach his glove up to try to make the catch. It went behind him, and it was just a close play at the very end.
So that brings up the first baseman, Paul Smith, native of Flower Mound, Texas. He fouls the 0-1 out of play. It will go into the concourse, and a fan wearing a bright orange shirt will secure that foul ball. A young guy himself. No balls and 2 strikes to Smith. The pitch. Outside, Paul Smith thought about taking a swing there, but was able to hold back. Smith awaits the 1-2. Smith with an open stance. The pitch. Finds the inside corner of the zone for strike 3. The final out of the inning after a heroic play from the center fielder, Curtis, keeps the Larks from scoring. Kreitzer from third base. To the bottom of the 4th we go. When we come back, the Larks trailing 1-2. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. We welcome you back to X Stadium, home of Tyler Field and the Wichita State Shockers. Leading things off for the Lonestar Kraken is number 13, the center fielder Preston Curtis, who made that heroic catch out in center field to rob Caleb Duncan of him potentially scoring Brady Kreitzer. He starts the count 1-0. The pitch from Gray is fouled out of play. It will go over the top of the press box. One ball and one strike to the center fielder. The pitch from Curtis. Hit right up the gut. There to cleanly field it is Stokes. He'll fire it over to Smith, who catches the ball cleanly for the first out of the inning.
That one could have very easily been a hit, but it's the quickness of Stokes that got there in time as it went right up the gut. And fielding it the way he did, he was able to get it in time for the first out.
Certainly was not a give-me for Preston Curtis. He definitely had to work for that hit, and Tabor Stokes was able to rob him of it. The first pitch of the count to Ethan Ho, the catcher, is outside and low for ball one. Gray kicking and dealing. Missing the outside part of the zone for ball two. Ho with a pretty open stance. His back foot in the right-hand batter's box in the very back chalk line. That pitch hit hard into left field. Backing up is Baker. That ball is out of here. Ethan Ho with the second home run of the night for the Lonestar Kraken. They take a 2-run lead here in the bottom of the fourth inning.
On both of their home runs, you can just hear the crack of the bat. They're making great contact against Nick Gray, and now they extend their lead.
Well, Ethan Ho saw that pitch quite well and read it very well from Nick Gray, who has now allowed 3 runs purely off of just home runs. Kraken have not left a single ball out over the middle. That brings up the designated hitter, number 9, Diego Gonzalez, native of Frisco, Texas. Attending Amarillo College, it looks like Lorenzo Rios will walk out to the pitcher's mound to have a quick meeting with Nick Gray. You've got to think this is more just him trying to comfort Nick Gray after letting up a home run like that, especially now 2 home runs on the night. Nick Gray not quite used to this kind of play, as Gray has an ERA of under 2 for this Larks squad, and a very talented pitcher himself, not used to situations like this where he lets up that many runs.
Yeah, that's what the meeting has to be about, is just making sure that they're on the same page, and they're not going to go out of their game plan because of the 2 home runs, even though many pitchers might do so because of the mental part of it.
Gonzalez will start the count. 1 ball and no strikes from the left-hand batter's box. The 1-0 misses on the inside part of the zone for ball 2. Gonzalez twirls his bat in a circle once. Now he holds it behind his head. The 2-0. That pitch came off the glove of Lorenzo Rios. Don't exactly know what happened there as to how that ricocheted the way that it did, but the ball went every which way and ended up being a pass ball.
I think it actually hit the umpire after it went past Lorenzo, so There was some reaction by, I think, some Kraken players, and that's what it was.
3 balls and no strikes to Diego Gonzalez. Pitch from Gray. Misses on the low inside part of the zone for ball number 4. 4 straight balls from Nick Gray. Diego Gonzalez will have a base on balls.
I'm honestly stunned that they called that one a ball because I was looking over at the monitor. That one was Nick Gray going to his fastball, and it went right down the middle.
Well, it makes you wonder if there's a little bit of, as much as you hate to say it, if you wonder if there was some retaliation there after that last pass ball from Lorenzo Rios. The umpire acted like there should have been no question that that was a strike. In that particular, or there was no question that should have been a ball. He didn't even act like there was anything that happened there. So the first pitch of the at-bat to Kenner Lauterbach will find the middle of the zone for strike 1. It's a fresh count and a fresh batter now for Nick Gray. Gray misses on the outside corner of the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike to the Kraken wearing number 42. Shortstop for the Lonestar Kraken. The 1-1 missing in the high inside part of the zone. 2 balls and 1 strike to Lauterbach. Lauterbach waves his bat once through the zone. Now he awaits the pitch. That pitch missing on the outside part of the zone. Rios was able to make the stop. 3 balls and 1 strike with a runner on first for Kenner Lauterbach. Gray takes a look back over to first. Now he comes set. The pitch. Missing the zone. That's walk number 2 in a row. Rios took a look over to the dugout, almost looking like he was trying to communicate with someone over there in the dugout. After Gray goes back-to-back walks, and it looks like Keith Harper will come out to the mound to have a meeting with Nick Gray.
And the Larks have Brooks Jones warming up in the bullpen right now, and he's a guy that can throw the ball fast, mix it around the zone, and record a lot of strikeouts. So you got to wonder if they're going to give him more time to warm up, or if they want to keep Nick Gray in or make the change now.
Well, based on Brooks Jones's posture in the bullpen, it looks like he's not coming out right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if they end up pulling Nick Gray here within the inning or for sure at the start of the next inning. And it looks like they are going to make the call to the bullpen. Brooks Jones will make his way out of the pen and take his spot on the mound for the second time this NBC World Series. When we come back, it's Brooks Jones on the mound for the Larks. The Larks trailing 3-1. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the 91st NBC World Series on the Larks Network. We welcome you back to X Stadium here in Wichita, Kansas, the 91st NBC World Series. Brooks Jones is just moments away from making his second appearance here in the NBC World Series. Nick Gray will exit the game with 4 strikeouts on 3 runs allowed and 4 hits in 3 1/3 innings. Larks are going to need Brooks Jones to really come up big for them here this evening as they trail in this ball game by 2 runs. Certainly not familiar ground for this Larks squad.
And Nick Gray, he was having a solid performance. It's just the Kraken were making great contact with the ball as all their runs have came off of home runs. They had the 2-run home run back in the second inning by Diego Gonzalez, and then that one a little bit ago by Ethan Ho.
The first pitch from Brooks Jones will miss the zone low for ball 1. That first pitch clocking in at 85 miles an hour. We'll see how quick Brooks Jones decides to throw the ball here, as we've seen him reach the 90s in many outing. That pitch missing on the inside part of the zone for ball 1, and it looks like Lorenzo Rios may have had a little bit of a miscommunication there on that last pitch from Brooks Jones, who was waving his hand to tell Rios to hurry up because of the pitch clock. So now Rios will have a quick meeting with Brooks Jones out on the mound. Two balls and no strikes to Cato Rabardi, the left fielder for the Lonestar Kraken. Jones comes set, takes a look to second base. Now the pitch to Rabardi. That pitch missing the zone, low and right up the middle. Rabardi will make his way back into the batter's box, placing his right back foot on the very back part of the batter's box. That pitch finds its way into the zone this time for the first strike of the count. Brooks Jones certainly going to have to battle back here if he wants to have any opportunity of getting Rabardi out in this at-bat. Rabardi twirls his bat a couple times. The 3-1. Missing on the inside part of the zone. It'll be a pass ball for ball 4. Rabardi will take a trip down to first base, and now the bases are loaded with 1 out. And Major Brynan up to the plate for the Lonestar Kraken. The 9-hole hitter for the Kraken. Kraken wearing their purple jerseys with teal numbers and lettering on the front. The Larks wearing their very staple royal blue jerseys with white sleeves, white pants, and white lettering across the front and on the back. The 1-0 misses on the outside part of the zone for ball 2. Jones bouncing his back leg on the rubber. The 2-0 will miss on the outside part of the zone. Now 3 balls and no strikes to Major Brynan. The 3-0 from Jones. Missing on the outside part of the zone. It'll be a walk and a run scored for the Lonestar Kraken. And now it is a 4-1 lead for the Kraken, who are looking for revenge after losing to the Larks in pool play.
And this is a team that has shown throughout pool play and bracket play how dangerous they can be. So this is a tough situation now for the Larks to be in.
Jones, the left-hander, will fire the first pitch of the at-bat to JT Simonelli. It will miss on the inside part of the zone. Simonelli, the left-handed batter, with a cucumber green batting glove of choice. The 1-0 misses on the inside part of the zone. JT Simonelli, the top of the order for the Kraken. Jones will come set. The 2-0. Missing the zone completely, this time low. And now pitching coach Keith Harper will make his way out to the mound, and it's already a call to the bullpen. So we'll see who will be taking the mound here when we come back. Brooks Jones was not able to secure any outs for the Larks in this outing. His trip on the mound will be very short-lived, and he'll be a new pitcher taking the mound when we come back. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the 91st NBC World Series on the Larks Network. We welcome you back to Wichita, Kansas. On the mound now for the Larks is number 31, Trey Watson. The right-hander for the Larks will come in and pitch relief for Brooks Jones. The first pitch from Watson will come into the zone for strike one. He starts the count against Simonelli, 3-0 now, 3 balls and 1 strike to the left fielder. 3-1 misses on the outside part of the zone. Simonelli will make his way down to first base, and the runner from third will score. The Kraken now lead at 5-1. Watson actually is one of 3 players from the Cougars that joined the Larks specifically for the NBC World Series. His only appearance for the Cougars this year was actually against the Larks, where he was able to speak with Coach Keith Harper and joining the team to come along for the NBC World Series. He starts the count against Chase Pendley. No balls and 1 strike.
And it's situations like this where it's important to give players like Trey Watson time. He's a senior, played for the University of Mobile, and he's got a lot of experience that he brings to the table, especially as a Pioneer League player, which is where he played before he was added to the Denver Cougars and then the Larks.
1 ball and 1 strike now to Pendley. Watson kicks and deals. Pendley will foul the ball way out of play. Will land in the top part of the bleachers down the first base line. And a few young kids will chase the ball down. It looks like it may have gone underneath the bleachers and out of reach. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Pendley. That pitch missing the zone. Penley holds his hand out, telling the runner from third base to stop. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the second baseman, Penley. Penley resting his bat on his shoulder. Now the 2-2 is swung on and miss. Penley goes chasing. Penley goes chasing for the 2-2 pitch, and Trey Watson picks up his first strikeout of the outing.
Like I said, it's experience that is going to lead to success in games like this.
That brings up number 45, Josh Livingston, the first baseman for the Lonestar Kraken. He awaits the first pitch. It goes inside for ball 1. Livingston wearing red batting gloves with a teal bat. He taps his teal bat on the plate one time. Now he holds his bat directly over his helmet. The 1-0. Swung on and missed on the off-speed pitch, the 73-mile-an-hour changeup from Trey Watson. That moves the count to 1 ball and 1 strike. Watson comes set, takes a look over to third base. Now the pitch. Right up the gut for strike 2. Watson just 1 strike away from getting out of the inning. One ball and 2 strikes. Watson will get the pitch call from Rios. Now the delivery. That pitch missing in the dirt. Or turf, rather, here at Tyler Field. Two balls and 2 strikes to Josh Livingston. The pitch. Missing, I really don't know where that pitch missed in the zone. As the Larks faithful are in disbelief, I think I'm in just as much disbelief up here in the press box. Trey Watson now with a full count to Josh Livingston. The payoff pitch. Low and up the middle will score the runner from third base. The Kraken now take a 6-1 lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning. A 4-run 4th inning that has been primarily off of walks. Watson will face a new batter, Preston Curtis. He takes the first pitch, swung and hit right into the gap into left field. It'll get past Lissy, and 2 runs will score for the Kraken. Now runners on first and second, and the Kraken will take a 7-run lead. And the Larks are now at the threat, or the danger rather, of being run ruled here. The first pitch to the catcher, Ethan Ho, is on the inside part of the zone for strike 1. The 0-1 to Ho is popped up high into the air. Tabor Stokes will get underneath it. He will catch it on the outer part of the infield. For the final out of the inning, the Kraken put up 6 runs in the bottom of the 4th inning. They lead it 8-1 here at X Stadium. We welcome you back to the 91st NBC World Series. The Larks in a bit of trouble here in the top of the fifth inning. They are trailing 8-1, a position that they have not been in at all really this season and at all this tournament for that matter. Tabor Stokes will lead things off for the Larks here in the top of the fifth, and he's got to get things going here for the Larks if they want to have any chance of staying in this ball game. The 0-1 misses the zone for ball one. Right before the beginning of that inning, head coach Frank Leo actually had a meeting with all of his players in the dugout, had them all circle around him before that inning and said, look, guys, we've got to get something going here. Now, obviously, I didn't hear exactly what he said. I actually didn't hear anything that he said, but it was very calm, cool, and collected. It seemed very under control for him. He was very even keel, very tame, was not yelling at his players by any means. It was just a very calm conversation with his players saying, I would imagine something along the lines of, look, we got to get something going here, guys. You guys are a talented ball club, and you're not showing it right now. Let's get it going. And so it was very good to get to see that kind of reaction there from the team.
I'd expect, that's what he said. But also I wouldn't be surprised if he added about how, using this as an example, the Larks were trailing the Oklahoma MVP in pool play. This is kind of a similar situation, except the only difference is the stakes are much, much higher.
Stokes will reach on a single. He had a nice crack of the bat into right field. It dropped into play. Stokes sitting on first base, and C.J. Reed up to the plate, the 9-hole hitter for the Larks. He faces a 1-1 count. Stokes will slide safely into second base on a pass ball. 2 balls and 1 strike now to C.J. Reed.
I wonder if it's because the catcher, Ethan Ho, he came out of his stance really fast, and he actually didn't make contact with the ball at all when it got past him.
It's very possible his brain was moving faster than his body could. It can happen sometimes when you're behind the plate. The 2-1 to C.J. Reed finds the zone for strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to the second baseman. Collier gets the pitch call. He comes set. Now the pitch to the left-hander. And it looks like a balk is called on Collier. The pitch misses the zone, but I don't know that they're going to call that a pitch, as the count on the scoreboard at least reflects 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Tabor Stokes now just 90 feet away from opening the scoring here for the Larks in the top of the fifth inning. That pitch misses high in the zone. C.J. Reed awaits a full count. The left-hander versus a left-hander. The payoff pitch from Collier. Missing the zone. C.J. Reed makes his way to first base. The Larks have runners in the corners with nobody out. And now it looks like there's going to be a meeting on the mound for the Kraken. There's a little bit of movement over there in their bullpen, and it looks like they're going to elect to pull Collier after quite a productive outing. When we come back, we'll see who's on the mound in the remainder of the top of the fifth. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the 91st NBC World Series on the Larks Network. We welcome you back to X Stadium. Lane Sparks takes the plate for the Hayes Larks, the top of the order. And a new pitcher on the mound, someone that the Larks have seen before. It's Cade Iron, the left-hander. He will face a left-handed batter. And right fielder Lane Sparks, he takes the first pitch inside the zone for strike one. No balls and one strike to Lane Sparks. The pitch. Finding the outside corner of the zone for strike one. Was dangerously low in the zone, but was able to sneak its way into the corner. The 0-2 on the way for Lane Sparks. Iron will step off the rubber. He throws it over to first base in order to hold C.J. Reed on. Still no outs here and runners in the corners for the Larks. They trail 8-1 here in Wichita, Kansas. The pitch from Iron. Misses the outside corner of the zone. The Kraken dugout reacts, thinking that it was a strikeout.
From their angle, it might have looked like it, but it was outside.
1 ball and 2 strikes now to Lane Sparks. Iron will step off the rubber once again, throwing it back over to C.J. Reed over on first base. Livingston will catch the ball and fire it right back to Iron. Iron comes set. He delivers the 1-2, steps off the rubber, and C.J. Reed will be thrown out at second base. Iron stepped off the rubber, threw it over to first base, and then Livingston fired it over to the shortstop, Lauterbach, who was able to put the tag on to C.J. Reed.
And we talk about mind games all the time in situations like that. With the amount of times that he threw back to Reed, you'd have to wonder if Reed was like, surely he won't do it again, and then it happens.
Just one runner on now for the Larks. They've got a runner 90 feet away from home plate. The ball skips past the plate, and Tabor Stokes will jog his way in and lightly tap home plate to get the Larks back on the scoreboard. They trail now by 6 runs by a score of 8-2.
Just like we've seen before, you just got to slowly chip away, and eventually you can find yourself back in the game, but it's got to start right now.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Lane Sparks. Iron comes set, kicks and deals. That pitch popped up high and out of play for Lane Sparks. It will land somewhere in the ballpark. I heard it come down. I didn't see it come down, but it's looking like it ended up in a young fan's glove. The 2-2 pitch once again to Sparks. Sparks twirling his bat behind his helmet. Now the pitch. Missing on the outside part of the zone. A full count now awaits the right fielder. Iron brings his cream-colored mitt back to his hand. Now kicking and dealing with the payoff pitch. Swung on and tipped foul, it appears, from Lane Sparks. I thought that was a swing and a miss there from Sparks. It looks like he may have tipped it off the very end of his bat. A full count once again for Cade Iron and Lane Sparks. The payoff pitch hits the zone, the outside corner. Lane Sparks can't believe it. He makes his trip back to the dugout, and the Larks have 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. That'll bring up the 2-hole hitter for the Larks. wearing number 2, coincidentally, Trent Baker. He plays left field for the Larks. He's been around with the Larks organization for quite some time. That ball hit hard into right field. Backing up on it is Simonelli, and he will be there to make the play. The third out has been acquired for the Lonestar Kraken. The Larks make their way back onto the scoreboard, but only one run is added. They trail 8-2 here at X Stadium. You're listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. We welcome you back to Wichita State University here at the beautiful X Stadium, home of Tyler Field. Julio Ramos takes the mound for the Larks. He has been a star pitcher for the Larks. He leads the Larks in saves, strikeouts, and games played. This is game number 15 played for him. 50 strikeouts in his 15 games played. The first pitch to the designated hitter, Diego Gonzalez, is high and outside for ball 1.
And you said it best before we went back on that at this point, even though Julio Ramos has played multiple times now here at the NBC World Series, you got to throw everything. I always like to say you got to throw everything but the kitchen sink.
You're absolutely right. I mean, everything but the kitchen sink is there's no other better way to put it. You got to put everything that you have out there on the mound at this point of the ball game if you want to have any opportunity of bringing this game back together. Ramos starts the count 1-2. Hesitating his motion. That pitch hit right up the gut. It will drop onto the hair, or wheat hair, I guess I should say, of Woo Shock out in center field. Caleb Duncan will throw it into Tabor Stokes. And Diego Gonzalez will reach on a single. That'll bring up number 42, Kenner Lauterbach. The shortstop, wearing number 42 for the Lonestar Kraken. First pitch of the at-bat, finding the lower outside part of the zone for strike 1. Ramos, the right-hander, comes set. Fires, though, one. It swung on and missed by Kenner Lauterbach. That pitch had quite a bit of movement on it from Julio Ramos, who will start out the count 0-2 to the shortstop. The pitch from Ramos. Missing the zone, low up the middle. Ramos now sits at 1-2 strikes with Kenner Lauterbach. The right-hander versus the right-handed hitter. The 1-2. Finding the zone, strike 3. Julio Ramos with an exclamation point to start the inning. Secures the first out of the bottom of the 5th and his 51st strikeout of the season.
It's what he does best, and that's why the Larks decided to bring him in, because we always talk about how in close games you got to limit what your opponent does. At this point where the Larks are trailing by 6 runs, they can't allow anything. They just have to keep the runner on first base and get the final 2 outs.
Ramos with a runner on first will start the at-bat against Cato Robardi with a strike. The second pitch of the at-bat misses on the inside part of the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. Julio Ramos always talks about trying to get up early on batters and counts. That is his key to success. It allows him to really use his entire arsenal in an at-bat. The 1-1 misses on the inside part of the zone. Now 2 balls and 1 strike to the left fielder. Ramos kicks and deals. The 2-1 finds the zone for strike number 2. Robardi steps into the left-handed batter's box, twirls his bat one time, holds it over his head. He awaits the 2-2. That pitch misses the zone on the inside corner. Now a full count to the left fielder. The payoff pitch from Ramos. Misses on the outside corner of the zone for ball 4. Now runners on first and second after a base on balls for Cato Robardi. Julio getting some encouragement from his teammates in the dugout. Major Brynan shows bunt. Ramos fires it over to first base. He'll secure the out. Smith is there to make the catch. Now runners on second and third with 2 outs. That brings up the top of the order for the Lonestar Kraken. The left fielder number 67, JT Simonelli, will come up to the left-handed batter's box. Ramos will pitch out of the full windup. The first pitch of the at-bat to Simonelli finds the zone at 87 miles an hour for strike 1. The 0-1 from Ramos. Swung on and missed. Ramos starts the count 0-2 against the left fielder. Correction, right fielder. The 0-2 to Simonelli misses on the inside corner of the zone. Ramos keeping a pretty fast-paced delivery. A 1-2 misses on the outside corner of the zone. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Bottom of the 5th. Ramos kicks and deals. And the Larks faithful not happy about that strike call, as that misses the outside part of the zone for ball 3.
Very close, but I think what the home plate umpire would argue is that it just missed a little bit outside.
Swinging and fouling that one off is JT Simonelli. He will live to fight one more pitch against Julio Ramos. Ramos kicks and deals. The payoff pitch is swung on and missed. JT Simonelli goes down swinging. Julio Ramos picks up his 52nd strikeout of the year, and the Larks come out of the bottom of the 5th inning unscathed. They trail 8-2. When we come back, it's the top of the 6th inning here at the 91st NBC World Series on the Larks Network. We welcome you back to the 91st NBC World Series from X Stadium. Leading it off for the Larks is the third baseman, Thomas Lissy. It'll be left-handed pitcher versus left-handed batter. Cade Iron remains on the mound. For the Lonestar Kraken. Not to be confused with the Seattle Kraken, the NHL team. A 1-0 pitch. Missing on the outside part of the zone for ball 2. Two balls and no strikes to Lissy. He fires that one right up to the shortstop Lauterbach. Lauterbach makes the play. He throws it on over to Livingston, who steps on the first base to secure the first out of the inning. That'll bring up the right-handed hitter in Fort Hays State senior, Brady Kreitzer, native of Hays, Kansas. Very familiar with the area and hometown player for the Larks. That pitch hit hard to the shortstop. It's fielded by Lauterbach, who will fire it over to Livingston once again, who makes the play for the second out of the inning. Cade Iron looks to go 3 up, 3 down here in the top of the 6th. Caleb Duncan will come up to the plate, the Wichita State Shocker. And right-handed hitter for the Hays Larks. Duncan wearing number 12 in white letters on the back of his royal blue jersey. First pitch of the at-bat goes right up the middle for strike 1. The 0-1 to the center fielder. Misses the outside part of the zone. Caleb Duncan will grab the end of his bat with his white batting gloves. Swing his bat through the zone a couple times. Now 1 ball and 1 strike to Caleb Duncan. The pitch. Misses high on the outside part of the zone. 2 balls and 1 strike. Iron comes set. He delivers the 2-1. That pitch high and outside once again. 3 balls and 1 strike to the center fielder, Caleb Duncan.
Duncan's the type of guy that you have to have on base right here with 2 outs this late in the game. Coming off a game against the Stars where he stole 3 bases and scored a run. He's a key part of this team that you need on the base path.
The 3-1 way outside for ball 4. Caleb Duncan will make his way down to first base. The Larks have a base runner with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. That'll bring up arguably the hottest hitter on this team for the Larks, Lorenzo Rios. The NBC World Series coming into this game, he was batting 4 of 8. swing and a miss at the first pitch of the count. No balls and one strike from the left-hander, Cade Iron. Rios steps into the left-handed batter's box. Twirls his bat a couple times. Iron will step off the rubber, throw back over to first base. Duncan will slide in safely. Rios still awaits the 0-1. Iron brings his glove to his belt buckle. He steps off the mound once again as he fires over to first base. Duncan will slide back into first base safely.
He's already got one Lark with that tonight, so he's trying to do it again.
No balls and one strike to Rios. The pitch. Fouled away behind the catcher, Ethan Ho. It's an 0-2 count to the catcher, Lorenzo Rios. Iron nods his head once. He comes set. Now he delivers. He steps off the rubber once again over to Duncan. Duncan dives back into first base safely. Iron prepares to deliver the 0-2. The pitch misses on the outside corner of the zone. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the catcher, Lorenzo Rios. Iron, a left-handed pitcher, able to see the runner on first base quite easily when he pitches out of the stretch like this. The 1-2 misses the outside corner of the zone. Rios battling back here, sits at a 2-2 count. Rios will dig into the inner part of the left-handed batter's box. The 2-2 misses in the outside corner once again. A full count now between Rios and Iron. Duncan will be running on anything here with a 3-2 count. The payoff pitch from Iron. Duncan goes to second. Rios makes his way down to first. The Larks have runners on first and second here in the top of the 6th. And I smell a little bit of a rally brewing here with 2 outs on the board.
And there's now going to be a meeting here for the Kraken, and even though they have the lead, you got to wonder if the Larks can maybe build on this. You have a 2-out rally going right here, 2 runners on. Paul Smith up to bat, who is one of those sneaky players that is good at making contact with the bat and eventually able to get home. So if a rally is going to start, it's going to have to be now, or else the Larks could easily fall out of this game soon.
Paul Smith just needs to hit a single here for Caleb Duncan to be able to make it home. Caleb Duncan, a very quick player, plays center field for the Hayes Larks, and for good reason, as he is one of the quicker players on this team. Paul Smith steps into the right-handed batter's box. The Larks faithful cheering him on. He awaits the first pitch of the count. Iron comes set. The glove to his belt buckle. The first pitch of the at-bat. Finds the zone for strike 1. Smith will twirl his bat back to his right shoulder. The 0-1 is fouled away, out of play. It will go up into the bleachers and drop down into the concourse. An 0-2 count now awaits the first baseman, native of Flower Mound, Texas. Smith with a little bit of motion in his bat lets the 0-2 go past him, And it was a good decision as that missed on the outside corner of the zone for ball one. Smith steps back into the batter's box. Cade Iron comes set. The 1-2. Drops into the turf right in front of home plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Paul Smith. Iron nods his head to the catcher, Ethan Ho. He takes a look back to second base. Now he delivers the 2-2. That pitch finding the inside corner for strike 3. Paul Smith goes down looking, a backwards Cade, and in the inning for Cade Iron. And he comes out of the top of the 6th inning with no runs scored. The Larks trail 8-2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th here at X Stadium. We welcome you back to the 91st NBC World Series. Chase Pendley leads it off for the Lonestar Kraken. He takes the first pitch on the outside corner for strike 1 from Julio Ramos. The second pitch of the at-bat fires right into the zone. Now, no balls and 2 strikes to Chase Pendley. Pendley pops it up. Underneath it is C.J. Reed on the inner part of the infield, and he will be there to make the catch for the first out of the inning.
That's all you can do in this type of situation where you're down in the field, is doing whatever you can to get those 3 outs. And Ramos did his part early on, getting the 2 strikes. Pendley had to battle back, and it was an easy play for C.J. Reed to make.
Ramos will face a new batter who will step into the left-handed batter's box, number 45, Joshua Livingston. The first baseman, native of Prosper, Texas, and Texas Longhorn commit. The 1-0 finds its way into the zone for strike 1. That pitch misses the zone for ball 2. Now 2 balls and 1 strike to Livingston. Ramos kicks and deals. That pitch popped up high and into left center field. Tracking it down is Baker, who makes the catch for the second out of the inning. Both Baker and Duncan's hats fly off in the outfield. I've told Hank multiple times in this World Series, we need to get those guys smaller hats so they stay on their head.
I guess it's also a good thing when your hat flies off because it's a sign of, like, you worked very hard to get the ball. Like, I'm trying to think of an example, but you get what I'm saying.
This is true. This is true. Many an infamous catch and many of highlight catches have been made with hats flying off, and it adds to the drama. That ball popped up into right center field. Tracking it down is Caleb Duncan, and he catches Preston Curtis's hit into center field for the final out of the inning. When we come back, it's the top of the 7th. The Larks trail 8-2 here at the 91st NBC World Series. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Larks Baseball on the Larks Network. We welcome you back to the 91st NBC World Series. I'm going to turn things over to Hank Corsair for one last time here at X Stadium. Hank, it is yours here in the top of the 7th.
Thank you, Eli. It's time for the top of the 7th, as you said. Cade Irons returns to the mound, and Tabor Stokes, the first batter in the inning. He'll hit a pop fly into right field. Simonelli is there to track it down, and there's one away right away.
Larks really need to get base runners on the base paths. That's going to be the only way they can pull their way back into this ball game. It's not looking great, as much as I hate to say it. I'm some sort of an optimist at most situations in most athletic events, but the Larks have really got to get something going here that's going to turn the momentum into their favor, whether that's 1 run, 2 runs, 3 runs. It doesn't matter how many runs you get if you don't have the momentum in your favor.
They've already made a comeback of this magnitude before, but there just needs to be that one momentum shift, like you said. We'll see if that happens. C.J. Reed now up to bat for his 3rd plate appearance. 0 for 1 on the day with a walk. And now he's ahead 2-0 as the pitch misses inside. So the Larks still facing off against the relief pitcher, Cade Irons, who they've already seen here in the NBC World Series. He is a freshman from Weatherford Community College that played in 8 games this last season and had a 5.59 ERA. Count moves to 3-0 for Reed. And the pitch will be sent his way. The fastball gets in there for strike 1. So Reed has seen the strike zone and will now await the next pitch. He's put the ball in play once, and he had the walk back in the 5th inning. He will hit the next ball foul, going past the Lonestar Kraken dugout. And Cade Irons has fought back to a full count. Infield playing a little bit deeper. The pitch goes to the plate, and it is inside, and C.J. Reed will walk for the second time tonight.
Well, that's what the Larks need. They need base runners. C.J. Reed starting what might be a rally here for the Larks. They need something to go in their favor here in the top of the 7th.
Larks are back to the top of their order for the 4th time tonight with number 8, Lane Sparks. He was the first batter that Cade Irons faced. And now we're going to get a balk, so C.J. Reed is going to head over to second base, and he's in scoring position.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the second one of the night. Isn't that correct? Yeah,
yep.
So Cade Irons now with 2 balks.
I don't remember if that's 2 for Irons, but that is 2 overall for the Kraken.
2 overall for the Kraken. That can be pretty costly if they don't watch that closely because – especially with runners in scoring position, you know, one more and now C.J. Reed's all of a sudden 90 feet away from home plate. It can really change the picture of the game.
The 1-0 is on the way to the plate, and it is in the zone for strike 1. Trent Baker stands in the on-deck circle, hoping that he'll have 2 runners to work with when he steps up to the plate. And a swing and a miss on the next pitch for Sparks. He is down 1-2. Reed takes a lead at first base. The catcher, Ethan Ho, puts his glove down low. And a swing and a miss, and there is the second out of the inning. So if the Larks want to get a rally going, it'll have to be a 2-out rally as Trent Baker comes up to the plate. Another player that's put the ball in play more than once and has also walked as well. He was the first run of tonight's game for the Larks. And the first pitch goes high and outside.
Well, I'll tell you, the best rallies I've seen in my entire life have come at 2-out rallies. And so it's just a matter of time before the bats start going, and once they start going, it's really difficult to get them to stop.
Irons kicks and deals. Another pitch left upstairs for ball 2. Trent Baker is still the Larks RBI leader with 40. He is tied with Jackson Babcock, so if he can bring C.J. Reed home, he would become the new leader. Here's the pitch. It is inside, and it's a 3-0 count to the left fielder from Spring, Texas.
That's somebody else that I'm curious to know if we're going to see tonight. If Jackson Babcock will make his way into the lineup here in these final innings is a big question mark. I think Jackson Babcock being one of the most talented hitters on this squad, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see him enter the lineup.
Paul Smith has came in for him as a defensive substitute and also a pinch hitter. So with Paul Smith starting at first base tonight, we could see a vice versa moment with Jackson Babcock coming in. That would likely be if the game, or in the later parts of this game. And Trent Baker fouls back the next pitch, and he will be faced with a full count. C.J. Reed at second. He was faced with a full count. We'll see what Trent Baker does. Both Larks batters to face a full count against Cade Irons walked. And on the third one, it is a line drive by Trent Baker, and the jumping attempt is unsuccessful by Lauterbach, and a run will score for the Larks. C.J. Reed slides in home, and the ball gets away from the catcher, and Trent Baker will get over to second.
A much-needed run for the Larks, a much-needed run. They put on their third run on the board. They're 5 runs away now from creeping up on this Kraken team. If they can keep things going just like that, just keep the line moving. They've got Thomas Lissy up to the plate next. He's been someone who's been somewhat hot at the plate for this Larks team. He just needs a base hit to drop into play for the line to keep moving.
Lissy already has an RBI tonight with Trent Baker. They'll have to do it again to keep the rally going. Here's the first pitch to the Incarnate Word Cardinal. It's left up high for ball 1. After Thomas Lissy, it'd be Brady Kreitzer and Caleb Duncan for the Larks, which is a key part of the lineup. That if you're going to start the rally, this is the best point in the lineup where you can start it.
Without a doubt, they're at their 3-hole hitter. It's exactly where they want to be to start a rally here. They've got Brady Kreitzer, Caleb Duncan, and Lorenzo Rios all following Thomas Lissy's at bat.
The pitch goes to the plate. And Trent Baker will steal another base, his third of the night as he slides into third.
That was an important stolen base right there. Trent Baker just 90 feet away from reaching home plate now. He can reach on a pass ball potentially, and so Trent Baker, even if Thomas Lissy were to somehow strike out here or pop out here, he can reach on a pass ball.
Here's the 3-0 pitch from Irons. It is outside, and Thomas Lissy will walk to first, and the Larks have runners at the corners. And there will be a meeting here for the Lonestar Kraken as Brady Kreitzer awaits to step into the batter's box and have his turn to bat. But before that happens, Lonestar is going to make a change on the mound, so we'll step away and see who they bring up next when we come back. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. Back here at X Stadium, and a new pitcher comes into the game for the Lonestar Kraken. They are subbing in number 55, Ethan Blakeney, the freshman from Grayson College that's transferring to Blinn Community College, will make his second appearance of the tournament. His first appearance, he had 2 innings pitched, no hits, no runs, and 2 strikeouts. He faces Brady Kreitzer with runners at the corners. Trent Baker at third, Thomas Lissy at first. The first pitch is popped foul out of play, and it starts to count off 0-1.
Well, if there's time for a big hit from Brady Kreitzer, now's the time. Brady Kreitzer is one of those guys that you can almost always depend on to come up big for you in a situation where you need a hit, and Brady Kreitzer is in that situation right now. They need him to come up with a big hit here.
Next pitch is going to catch the inside corner of the zone for strike 2. And now Kreitzer will have to fight back. He's reached base once tonight. That was a walk where he got all the way to third base. And the next pitch is on the way. It takes a bounce. It's going to roll away from the catcher. Trent Baker will make his way home, and he slides in safely, and Thomas Lissy will stop at second base. And the Larks have 4 runs on the board and trail by 4.
Well, even if Brady doesn't get a hit here, that was a big stolen base. Big. I can't emphasize that more because now the Larks are within 4 runs here. They've cut that lead almost in half at this point. And so for the Larks, they've put themselves in a much better position to be able to chip away at this lead slowly but surely here in these last couple innings.
The count is 1-2 to the Larks slugging percentage leader, and the next pitch misses outside for ball 2. Kreitzer awaits the next pitch. This one is fouled back. Very close, but he stays alive. And the count is now 2-2, but the scoreboard in the outfield reads 1-2.
It also reads the Larks are trailing 3-10 right now, so they're having some issues out there and on the scoreboard.
Here's the pitch to the plate, and Kreitzer leaves it upstairs for ball 3. They also added another run to the Kraken, and now they're getting it fixed. So it said 4-11, or actually 3-11, but they have fixed the score. And on the full count, there's 2 outs. The pitch is on the way to Kreitzer, and it's left upstairs. He's going to head down to first base, and the 2-out rally continues as Caleb Duncan is the next batter up.
Well, that was such a gritty at-bat there from Brady Kreitzer. Talk about digging in and you just locking it down at the plate. Started the count out 0-2, worked his way back into the count, had a foul tip or 2 worked in there, and worked his way on base without even having to make contact with the ball once. What an at-bat for Brady Kreitzer.
You can just feel the momentum shift right now. Larks fans are starting to get back into the game. And Caleb Duncan will foul off the first pitch, starting the count off 0-1.
I really like that swing from Caleb Duncan. That was a good crack of the bat. That ball went foul and out of play into the parking lot over the top of the bleachers, but, man, if he can straighten one out like that, he'll give it a ride.
Duncan gets set for the next pitch. Here it comes to the plate. It's a swing and a miss for strike 2. And now Duncan will have to fight back.
He's going to take a big, deep breath before stepping back into that batter's box. He's just got to relax and play his game that he knows how to play.
He's gotten a hit in 19 of the 26 games that he's played in and needs to make it 20 right here. He ducks down. That one almost hit him in the helmet, but he avoids it and stays alive at the plate as the count moves to 1-2.
It was a dangerously close pitch to hitting Caleb Duncan right in the head. He ducked at the last second and got his bat out of the way, thank goodness, to avoid the foul ball there.
6 seconds left on the pitch clock. Blakeney looks back at second base, sends the ball to the plate. It is left outside for ball 2.
Duncan is doing the exact same thing that Kreitzer was able to do. He's working his way back into this count. Duncan cannot give up in a situation like this. With 2 runners on, the Larks cannot afford to let those runners go to waste.
Duncan started down 0-2, has fought back to 2-2, and awaits the next pitch. Blakeney kicks and deals, and it's a swing and a miss, and there is out number 3. The Larks had 2 runs that inning and have cut the Kraken lead down to 4, as Lonestar will have batters 5, 6, and 7 up next, leading the Larks 8-4 as we start the bottom of the 7th inning. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. Back here at that stadium in Wichita, Kansas. As we start the bottom of the 7th inning, the Larks put up 2 runs in the top half of the inning. And will now go back to work, trying to hold off the Kraken. As Ethan Ho starts with a 1-0 count. As I was saying before my mic cut out, the next pitch is fouled down the first base line, and it's 1-1 to the catcher. Julio Ramos gets set. The pitch goes to the plate. The swing and a miss, and now they're
Ramos facing Ethan Ho, the catcher, with a 1-2 count. Ramos kicking and dealing. Swing and a miss. Ethan Ho goes down swinging. Julio Ramos marks his 3rd strikeout of the outing in what has been a very productive outing for Ramos, as he was brought in late in the game as a relief pitcher in hopes that the Larks could put their best foot forward to work their way back into this ball game.
with 1 out. The next batter up is the designated hitter, Diego Gonzalez. He's the only player for the Kraken that has scored 2 runs tonight, and he's 2 for 2 on the night as well, and now faces a 1-1 count, swinging and missing at the next pitch. He'll take the 3rd pitch of the at-bat. It goes by him for the strike, and he's now down 1-2. Ramos not wasting any time. This one put in play. Ramos will field it, throw it down to first base. It is in time for out number 2. And the Larks have an opportunity for a second straight 3-up, 3-down inning.
Well, Julio Ramos has been putting together a flawless inning so far. He needs to just continue to stay locked into this ball game. Ramos has just done a great job of trying to get out there, take care of business, limit the amount of runs that the Kraken are able to put on the board. If the Larks have any opportunity of making their way back into this ball game, it's going to be Julio Ramos limiting those runs so that the offensive side of the ball can do their job.
Kenner Lauterbach comes up to bat, takes the first pitch for ball 1, left upstairs. Lauterbach is 0 for 2 on the day. He had a walk, and he also scored a run in that same trip around the base path. And he's 2-0 as he leaves another pitch down low. The Larks infield will play back a little deep, close to the grass. And contact is made on the next pitch. This one's a pop fly into foul territory on the first base side. Paul Smith will get there, and he's got the catch for the final out. 3-up, 3-down inning by the Larks. And now they have to go back to work on the bats, needing 4 runs to tie the game in the top of the 8th inning. We'll be back in a minute. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. The Larks were able to force a 3-up, 3-down bottom of the 7th inning and now go to work with the bats as they've put together somewhat of a rally in these last couple innings. They scored 2 runs in the 7th and will now try to cut even more into the Lonestar Kraken lead as Lorenzo Rios leads off the inning, starting with a 1-0 count as the first pitch took a bounce at the plate.
I think if the Larks can get within 1 run here in this 8th inning, they're going to be sitting really nice into this 9th inning. I have faith that they'd be able to put 1 more run on the board in the 9th inning to be able to at least tie the ball game, if not take the lead.
Lorenzo Rios puts down a bunt down the third base line. Brynan comes in, and the throw is not in time. No one saw that coming. Rios had the bat resting on his shoulder and immediately puts it down for a bunt down the third base line to perfection as the leadoff batter is on.
He could not have physically put down a better bunt. That was one of the best bunts I have ever seen, ever, on any level of baseball. Lorenzo Rios with a masterclass of a bunt there to reach first.
And Lorenzo Rios now has his longest hit streak of the season. He's gotten at least 1 hit in 6 games in a row now, surpassing the previous record of 5, which he had from June 30th to July 7th. Now up is his college teammate at Rice, Paul Smith, who starts the count 1-0, taking the pitch on the inside. After Paul Smith, it's the last 2 batters in the Larks order, Tabor Stokes and C.J. Reed. This 4-batter stretch is pretty much all teammate players for the Larks. You got Lorenzo Rios and Paul Smith both at Rice, and Tabor Stokes and C.J. Reed, who both went to Hutchinson Community College this last season.
You have those kind of connections all throughout the lineup, all throughout the field for that matter, and it really plays to the Larks' benefit when they have those connections.
Paul Smith will get ahead 2-0 as the next pitch misses on the outside in the lower part of the zone. Smith will look for his second hit of the night. His last one came in his first at-bat back in the 2nd inning. 5 seconds on the pitch clock as it's starting to tick down. The pitch goes to the plate. This one's sent right back up the middle. It's a base hit for Paul Smith. Both runners will advance 1 base.
Well, Paul Smith was actually successful on that particular play because the ball ramped off the pitcher's mound. That's exactly how that ball even traveled to the outfield. Normally that ball probably wouldn't have had a chance to get to the outfield, but because of the way that it came off the pitcher's mound, it used that mound as kind of momentum to propel it into the outfield, and now the Larks have runners on first and second. They have put themselves in a great position to potentially start a rally.
And Lone Star is going to make another change on the mound. We'll see who it is when we come back. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. The Larks have started the top of the 8th inning with 2 hits, with 2 runners on and no outs. Lorenzo Rios put down a bunt down the third base line. He is at second. Paul Smith shot a ball right back up the middle, and he is at first base. And for the third time tonight, Lonestar makes a change on the mound. They bring in a player that the Larks have seen already. It is number 4, Matthew Hedrick, the freshman from McLennan Community College, who pitched an inning and 2/3 when he faced the Larks, and now takes the mound for the second time in the NBC World Series. And the first batter he faces is Tabor Stokes, who takes the first pitch for strike 1.
Well, I'll tell you, I really like the support that I'm seeing from the Larks faithful down on the first base side of the stands. The Larks faithful are really letting their players know they have their back. They're here to cheer them on, and it's really allowing the Larks to kind of feed off that energy and put that towards the game.
If my memory is correct, the Larks had to travel the 3rd shortest distance to get to Wichita. The only teams ahead of them are the Derby Twins and the Hutchinson Monarchs. Next pitch is fouled back here onto the 3rd floor, and it's 1-2 now to Tabor Stokes. I think that landed in one of the suite boxes here on the 3rd floor.
For those not familiar, Hutchinson and Derby are in the Wichita area, so they have less than an hour to get to X Stadium, whereas the Larks are more in that road trip area where you have to drive 2.5 hours from Hayes.
Big hit here by Tabor Stokes. It's going back into left field. This one's going to take one bounce, go off the wall. 1 run is going to come home with Lorenzo Rios. Paul Smith gets the windmill. He's going to come home as well. It's a 2-run game with a 2 RBI double from Tabor Stokes. And X Stadium has come alive with the blue and red. No outs. And the Larks continuing the rally as C.J. Reed comes up to bat.
Electric from Tabor Stokes. My goodness, what a hit. He came up big when they needed him the most. Tabor Stokes has done this time and time again throughout the season. He did it here in the NBC World Series. He had a 2-run blast out to the exact same spot of the field last time he came up big for the Larks, and he does it here again, making it a 2-run ball game for the Larks, and he puts himself in scoring position with no outs on the board. My goodness, this game is getting tense.
C.J. Reed up to bat. The pitch goes to the plate. It takes a bounce for ball 1.
The Larks faithful are getting rowdy. I'm liking it. I'm hearing all sorts of cheering over here to the left of me, and every single pitch they are cheering their team on.
The Larks have actually made a change. It is Jackson Babcock batting now. Looking for a big hit that could maybe even potentially tie the game up. He comes in for C.J. Reed. And the count is now 2-0. I don't think we've ever heard Larks Park get this loud this season.
This is the loudest I have heard Larks faithful ever. We didn't hear Larks Park get this loud all season, and they are really making a ruckus here at X Stadium, as already we're going to see a pitching change from the Lonestar Kraken.
We'll see who the next new pitcher is when we come back. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. The call to the bullpen is made for number 44, Spencer Kuhn, for the Lonestar Kraken. The freshman from Navarro Community College will be faced with a 2-0 count to Jackson Babcock and no outs. The Larks have scored 2 runs this inning. They were brought home by Tabor Stokes, who is at second and now will move to third as the ball goes in play. Jackson Babcock will be out at first base. But it's I don't know how you describe it. I had it in my head and it popped out.
An eye for an eye, in a way, I think there.
Yes, that's what I was going for.
Jackson Babcock gets thrown out at first, but now you advance the runner over to third. And so in this situation, you've got a runner 90 feet away from making it a one-score ball game. I think for the Larks, like I said, if they can get down to a one-score ball game, even going into the 9th inning, if they're trailing by 1 run, they're going to be sitting in a very confident position considering their offensive prowess that they have.
For back-to-back batters, the Larks will make a pinch hit change, bringing in number 26, Dylan LaRue, for number 8, Lane Sparks. On a 1-0 count, he'll hit a line drive back to the shortstop, and they tried to turn the double play over at third base, but it's not in time, and there's now 2 away.
Well, that was a hard-hit ball by Dylan LaRue, and really kind of unlucky there from him. He had a really good contact on that ball and just lined it straight to the shortstop, Lauterbach, who was just in the right place at the right time to make that play.
Number 2, Trent Baker, comes up to bat with 2 outs and a runner at third, Tabor Stokes. Here's the first pitch. Takes a bounce for ball 1. Had an opportunity for a pass ball, but Trent Baker waves over at Tabor and tells him to stay put at third.
Well, that's the second time we've seen that in the NBC World Series with this team where the Larks have told their teammates to hold off on a pass ball, and Caleb Duncan did it as well. It's just the sign of a player who's very well vetted in the game of baseball and knows what they're doing.
Big hit into center field by Trent Baker, and it's a 1-run game. It lands in front of Curtis, and Trent Baker gets his second RBI of the night, pointing to the dugout with his celebration. And the rally continues. It's Kraken 8, Larks 7.
The dream stays alive for the Larks. They are 1 run away from tying this ball game up, and boy, things are getting interesting here in Wichita.
Thomas Lissy will make his 3rd appearance in a row in 3 innings. As mentioned, he has an RBI single tonight. And we'll take the first pitch as it goes down low in the zone for ball 1. Spencer Kuhn went to his slider that time, and it missed the zone. Keeping that simple arsenal of fastball, slider, changeup, and curveball. Here's the pitch. Trent Baker will run over to second base, and no throw is made. He slides in safely. Number 4 on the night for Trent Baker.
Well, a very crucial steal there for Trent Baker. The tying run now on second base. Baker is one of those guys that's quick enough to be able to score from second base. In a situation like this, it really puts him in a great position for the Larks if they can get a base hit right into right field.
It's a tied count to Thomas Lissy. Did not swing at the next pitch. It is 2-1. Kuhn delivers this one. It is a line drive, and it's going to go foul as the count moves to 2-2. The Kraken will just need 1 more strike to retire the side. There are 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the Larks have a runner at second. Here's the pitch. Low and inside. That is ball 3. Scoreboard reads 2-2, but we have it listed as a full count. Here comes the payoff pitch. Low and inside, there is ball 4. First runners at first and second for the Larks, and Brady Kreitzer, the slugging percentage leader for the Larks, is up to bat.
Well, he came up big for the Larks already in this inning. We'll see if he can't do it again. Brady Kreitzer had an opportunity to really propel the Larks into a bit of momentum, per se, and he has an opportunity to do it here again. The go-ahead run is on first base, folks. This game is getting down to the wire, and Brady Kreitzer has an opportunity here to make things even more interesting if he can make his way on base.
The Larks have 6 unanswered runs, and the first pitch is going to find the zone for strike 1. Kreitzer awaits the next pitch. This one a fly ball. This one's going to go foul and move the count to 0-2. Again, the runner at second is Trent Baker. At first is Thomas Lissy. Here's the pitch. Left upstairs for the first ball of the at-bat. So Kreitzer will have to fight back. He goes into his stance, and here's the pitch. Just barely misses the zone for ball 2.
Good plate discipline there from Brady Kreitzer. Was able to see the pitch, miss the zone before it made its way into the zone, and Kreitzer will stay alive here at a 2-2 count.
Another one left upstairs, and Brady Kreitzer has fought all the way back after being down 0-2. It is a full count to the Fort Hays State senior. Kuhn comes set and delivers. And it's a swing and a miss, and there is the third out of the inning. The Larks put up 3 runs, scoring Lorenzo Rios, Paul Smith, and Tabor Stokes, and have fought all the way back to make this a 1-run game. And we'll step away for a moment and have the bottom of the 8th inning up next. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. The Larks put up 3 runs in the top of the 8th inning and have cut the Kraken lead down to 1 as they start bottom of the 8th. Cato Barty will lead things off.
Well, I don't think
On the 0-1 count, it's a line drive into left field, and a leadoff single for the left fielder.
Well, I don't think there's another pitcher that they'd want the game to rest in the hands of than Julio Ramos. Ramos is one of their most talented, if not their most talented pitcher in the bullpen. And Ramos, time and time again, has come up big for this Larks team, and he has the opportunity to do it here again tonight if he can keep this game under control for the Larks.
The Louisiana Monroe Warhawk Major Brennan will come up to bat. Leave the first pitch low for ball one. Next one goes right down the middle. Julio Ramos will go to his changeup right there and make the count 1-1. Brennan shows bunt. The pitch goes outside. It's a tied count, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Well, you could hear somebody from the dugout on the Larks side of the ball yell bunt, and Thomas Lissy was ready to charge that ball had that bunt been laid down.
Brennan shows bunt once again, and this one actually goes over the safety net and puts 2 strikes in the count, so now he has to start swinging.
Well, this puts Ramos in with a very good position to be able to strike him out here. He has such a diverse arsenal of pitches to work around with, and if he can make him chase something here, that would be very ideal.
The runner will try to steal second, and the throw is down there, and it's not in time. It rolled away from Tabor Stokes. So that's why the Cato Ribardi is going to be called safe. But Major Brennan does strike out on a called third strike, and they'll go back to the top of their order with 1 away.
Well, regardless of the outcome of that particular play, that was one heck of a throw from Lorenzo Rios. That was a beautiful throw from Lorenzo Rios. And now there's going to be a conversation between Frank Leo and the infield official, the second base official, because I think that there's a chance that he could be called out because the ball, I believe, may have popped out on contact. No, it did not. It did not pop out on contact, but the ball hit the runner. And so I wonder if because the ball hit the runner, I don't know. That's a weird situation there. I don't know. So Coach Frank Leo will make his way back to the dugout after that conversation with the umpires, and there'll be a runner on second, but Julio Ramos with a pretty big punch out there regardless of the outcome of that play.
Now up is JT Simonelli, who has struck out twice against the Larks tonight. The other times is where he's gotten on base. He's walked, and he's also been hit by a pitch. He'll foul the first one back and start the count off 0-1. Simonelli will come set, and so will Ramos. The pitch goes to the plate. It is low and inside for the first ball.
Well, Rios said that was where I wanted it, just a little bit higher. Rios called for the pitch, but wasn't quite in the right spot that he was asking for it from Ramos.
Here's the pitch. It'll be a changeup, and it'll go foul, landing on top of the roof of the indoor facility for Wichita State. There's 2 strikes now to Simonelli as he's trying to avoid being struck out for the 3rd time tonight. The 2 appearances where he got struck out, he was faced with 2 strikes. The other ones, he was faced where he got on base, he was just faced with 1 strike. And now the count is 2-2.
Well, Ramos is in a great position here to potentially strike out Simonelli. It's the same count as the last at bat as we're here right now, where he was able to strike out the last batter.
And a swing and a miss, and there is out number 2 in the bottom of the 8th inning.
And just like that, I was getting ready to say that he has a lot of options here that he can work with a 2-2 count, and he took care of business. He said, let's get this count over with. Julio Ramos coming up big for the Larks here in this inning.
Strikeout number 5 on the night for the New Mexico State commit, Julio Ramos, making this the 26th game this season that the Larks pitching has combined for 10 strikeouts. First pitch is fouled back by Chase Penley, and the count is 0-1.
Well, I just love how calm and collected Ramos is out there on the mound. He gets out there and is ready to take care of business. He's confident, but he's also calm while he's confident. And his prowess out on the mound is just unmatched.
Another one fouled back out of play, and now it's 0-2 to Penley. Some Larks fans will clap their hands to help Julio Ramos out. He'll look for his 6th strikeout of the night. Time will be called, and Ramos will step off the mound. Here's the 0-2. Just missed on the outside. It's going to be called ball 1. You'd have to wonder if the amount of movement that Rios had with his glove, the umpire thought that the framework was just too much and it had to be called a ball.
I suppose you could say that, but at the same token, a strike's a strike.
Another one gets fouled back. I think that went off the press box. Chase Penley stays alive. Ramos taking his time, getting some cheers from the Larks fans, and the next pitch is high and outside for ball 2.
Well, Ramos is okay right now. He's got a 2-2 count going into this next pitch. He's still got a pitch or two to work with before he's thinking about having to throw something right up the gut.
A fly ball going into left field. Trent Baker going to try to run it down, and he's there in time for the 3rd out. And the Larks leave the runner at second stranded. They need 1 run to tie and 2 for the go-ahead lead. We'll have the final inning for you when we come back. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. At one point in this game, it was like the Larks all
Well, at one point in this game, it was like the Larks had all the odds stacked against them. I'm going to just say it for Hank for him because I'm reading his mind right now. At one point in this game, it seemed like the Larks had all the odds stacked against them, and now it is a one-score game. They trailed by as much as 6 or 7 runs at any given point of this game, and now Caleb Duncan will be up to the plate to try to make things happen. The tying run at the plate, it is a 2-1 count for Duncan as that pitch finds the zone.
Duncan awaits the next pitch. Still facing off against Spencer Kuhn. This one's fouled back into the net. And Duncan is now down 2-2. After Caleb Duncan, it's Lorenzo Rios and Paul Smith up next for the Larks. That is where the rally started in the prior inning, so we'll see if they can make the magic happen again. Pitch is on the way. Fouled back. And it hits the press box again.
They've just got to get a runner on the base paths. I'll say it time and time again in this inning. They've just got to get one runner on the base paths to give themselves a chance. All they need is a chance.
Duncan fouls another one back, continuing to fight. He'll await the 7th pitch of the at-bat.
Well, Duncan's a fighter. We've seen it all season long in the outfield and at the plate. Duncan will not give up at anything, especially when the game's on the line like this.
The pitch goes to the plate and it misses up high for ball 3. We have just crossed the 3-hour mark of tonight's game, and it's a full count for Caleb Duncan. The payoff pitch misses on the outside, and the tying run is on first base.
Well, that's the way to take care of business at the plate. Caleb Duncan is exactly who you want on the base paths right now. He is a speedster. He's one of the quickest guys on this team. He plays center field because he can cover the most ground in the least amount of time. Caleb Duncan will be getting aggressive on the base paths, and there's no doubt about it here.
We'll see if Duncan decides to steal. He hasn't been caught yet this season. The Larks have only been caught stealing once tonight. Pitch is on the way. Duncan will make his way to second. No throw is made, and he's in scoring position.
The last time Lorenzo Rios was up to bat, he laid down the most beautiful bunt I've ever seen in all of baseball. The most beautiful bunt. I mean, it was a textbook bunt. And he's got an opportunity here to move Duncan around the base paths. He showed bunt there on that first pitch. We'll see what he decides to do here on this next pitch.
The count is 1-0. Duncan takes a big lead. Rios shows bunt and pulled it just as the count moves to 2-0.
Well, Rios is playing mind games with Spencer Kuhn on the mound, and I'm sure Kuhn is a little bit nervous if Rios is to bunt here on this play because that could make things really interesting here with Duncan on second base.
The shortstop will cover second and then step out the bag. That should have been called a balk, but no call is going to be made.
That had to have been a balk. He was already making a motion towards home plate. That was 1,000,000% a balk.
Another bunt showed by Rios, pulls it back. It's a 3-0 count to the catcher from Rice. Kuhn kicks and deals. Rios puts down a bunt down the third base line, trying to beat the throw, and they're going to say that he's out even though he came off the bag. And a player just got thrown out of the game. Lorenzo Rios has been ejected. Actually, it's the Lonestar Kraken first baseman's been ejected too. And chaos starting to ensue as there's some arguments between players. Caleb Duncan will tell Rios to go back to the dugout. And a lot of the Lone Star players are getting heated as some of their players are coming out of the dugout.
So did Rios get thrown out of the game?
I'm not sure. He was standing next to the first baseman, so that's what made me think that at first.
There was no way he was out. In my eyes, to me, his foot was not on the bag, so there's no way that they can call him out on that play. And that's number one who was thrown out of the game. That's Pendley from the Kraken. I know for sure that he's been thrown out of the game based on the motion from the umpire there in the field. But now Coach Keith Harper's come out of the dugout trying to figure out what the deal is because there's no communication from the infield umpire. And Keith Harper he's pretty heated up too himself. And it looks to me based on the motion that umpire just gave to Keith Harper that both players are thrown out of the game.
It looks like his foot just barely stayed on the bag enough, so it was the correct call at first base, but you never want to see what happened at the end of that play. Chase Pendley was getting extremely aggressive with the umpires, threw his hat on the ground, screaming in his face. And it looks like the substitution that the Kraken will make at second base is number 9, Diego Gonzalez, the designated hitter.
It'll be interesting to see who they put in as a designated hitter if they end up getting back around to hitting again. I don't know. That's a question we don't have the answer to. That'll be a very situational thing there. The Larks have a runner on third. Caleb Duncan sits on third base right now with just one out after that beautiful bunt yet again from Lorenzo Rios, another great bunt. And so now for the Larks, it'll be really interesting to see how they play this year. They've got Paul Smith up to the plate and Caleb Duncan just 90 feet away from tying this ball game up. And so the game has kind of come to a standstill right now, and it looks like they're making sure that Pendley has left the dugout. In fact, maybe even left the stadium. He is being escorted out of the stadium. I've never seen that before. Not once ever have I seen that before. That is something.
So Paul Smith comes up to bat, and the tying run 90 feet away from home plate. Smith taking his time as he awaits the first pitch. And here it comes. It'll be left down low for a ball. Spencer Kuhn has been in since the start of the 8th inning, trying to pull through for the Kraken. And the next pitch is fouled back, moving the count to 1-1. Almost all the Larks fans are beginning to rise to their feet. They know that despite the odds that we saw earlier, there's a chance for a tie game. The 1-1 from Kuhn, left up high, and now it's a tied count.
Paul Smith showing good discipline at the plate right now. He's a catcher himself. He sees the zone really well regardless of where he's at, whether he's behind the plate, to the side of it when he's at bat. He sees the zone very well. He's exactly who you want up to the plate with the kind of experience that he has.
Another foul ball from Paul Smith. This one will go out of the ballpark. And that leads to strike 2 as there's one out. Smith does a few practice swings. And the pitch goes to the plate. Half-hearted. And the appeal, and it's going to be called a ball.
That's the right call to make right there. It was very, very, very close, but he did not break the plane of the front part of the plate.
We'll await the payoff pitch. The infielders will move closer, and it's left upstairs for ball 4. And Paul Smith is on base for the 3rd time tonight.
Runners on the corners for the Larks. They've got one out on the board. Caleb Duncan is still waiting for his opportunity to tie this one up. The Larks have put themselves into a great position. They have battled back from being down 6-7 runs at any given point of this ball game, and man, the fight that I have seen from this team has been like no other kind of battle that we've seen this Larks team put up all season long. We saw them put up a very valiant fight against the, help me out here, Hank.
Oklahoma MVP.
Oklahoma MVP. In their third pool play game of the NBC World, the second, third, I can
Oklahoma.
Yeah,
that was the second.
Second, okay. Second pool play game of the NBC World Series, and they're doing it here again tonight. They're putting up a fantastic fight. This time, they're really having to work for it. So we'll see if they can pull this one back together. It'd be a miracle, to say the least, if they're able to do that. They've got a new pitcher on the mound, so it's going to be interesting here. We're going to step aside for just a moment. I don't mean to steal your thunder here, Hank, but we're going to step aside. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got a good one here in Wichita. You're listening to the 91st NBC World Series on the Larks Network.
So the new pitcher into the game is number 48, Brett Foss, the junior from Arkansas State out of Salina, Texas. Will be in charge of getting the final 2 outs as the Kraken just trying to hold on. They have led since the bottom of the second inning. But that could easily slip away here very soon. The Larks have an opportunity to tie it as Caleb Duncan is at third. Paul Smith is at first as the go-ahead run.
Well, Duncan is one of those players that he has such good field sense. When he gets out on the field, he reads the game so well. I see it out there. He is constantly analyzing where the ball's at. If he has the opportunity to run, whatever the case is, he's always analyzing where he's at on the field. With him being on third base, he's the exact person you want to be the tying run in this situation because he'll know when to go and when not to go if there's a pass ball.
Tabor Stokes steps up to the plate. He's the one of two Larks players to cross home plate twice tonight, joining Trent Baker. And his last hit was a 2 RBI double. So we'll see what he does here. He'll show bunt, and it's fouled back into the net. And Caleb Duncan actually started running before the ball even got to the plate, so the idea was to just move it as far away from home plate as possible so Duncan could slide in safely.
That's the right idea. That's exactly what you should be doing in a situation like this. You just have to make sure that runner on first gets to second in order to avoid the double play.
Here's the 0-1 from the new pitcher, Foss. It goes outside, and it moves the count to 1-1.
That was almost a pass ball there. A good stop from Ethan Ho behind the plate. Caleb Duncan saw that ball go as far outside as it did, and he was getting ready to make a mad dash for home plate.
Foss taking his time. This is his third appearance on the mound of the NBC World Series, and the next pitch is high and outside for ball 2, making the count tied.
Well, Tabor Stokes came up big for the Larks on his last at-bat. We'll see if he can keep things rolling here for the Larks in the top of the ninth.
Next pitch just catches the corner for strike 2. And now Tabor Stokes down to his last strike. The pitch goes to the plate, and it misses outside, and it's a full count. The Kraken dugout in disagreement with the call.
I think that call can go either way, but the call before that was called a strike, also could have gone either way. So it's kind of a double-edged sword there, almost an eye for an eye in that situation.
Here comes the payoff pitch with 1 out. This one's a ground ball that's going to roll towards the shortstop. It'll just be 1 out, but that will tie the game as Caleb Duncan scores from third. And for the first time since the bottom of the second inning, we have a tie game. The Larks have come back all the way. They were down 8-1 at the end of the fourth inning, and they have come back to tie it up.
Well, there was only 2 circumstances on that particular at-bat where Brett Foss was going to be able to prevent this game from being tied up, and it was either a strikeout or a double play. Those were the only 2 opportunities he had to keep this game from being tied up, and Caleb Duncan, he read the play well, made his way back into home plate, and the Larks have done it. They are in a tie ball game, 8-8. I mean, you can't get any more closer than what we're at right now in the top of the ninth.
The Larks make their second pinch hitting change in the 9-hole spot in the lineup. It was C.J. Reed who started. Jackson Babcock came in the 8th inning, and now here in the 9th inning, Wilbert Espinal will bat, and he starts with an 0-1 count. Next pitch goes to the plate, swing and a miss. And there are 2 strikes now to the Alabama State Hornet, Wilbert Espinal. It's 2 D1 guys fighting at the plate and at the mound. Wilbert Espinal from Alabama State, Brett Foss, a pitcher that played 17 games this season with the Arkansas State Red Wolves. He delivers the 0-2. It's a swing and a miss, and there is out number 3. But the Larks were able to tie it up, so now their hope is to send the game into extra innings and go for the win. We'll be back in a moment for the bottom of the 9th inning. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. The Larks have managed to tie the game up after being down at 1 point, 8-1. It is tied at 8 apiece as we start the bottom of the 9th inning. 3-4-5 up next for the Lonestar Kraken. As Josh Livingston comes up to bat, still facing off against Julio Ramos, who has been on the mound since the start of the 5th inning. First pitch is hit hard, and it's going to be fouled down the first base line. Starting the count off 0-1 to the Texas commit, Josh Livingston.
Well, Livingston's very familiar with X Stadium. He's one that has played many a game here. He was previously a Wichita State Shocker, now going to take his talents to Texas University, but very familiar with X Stadium. He's one that I would say has the home field advantage here at X Stadium.
He takes the next pitch and is now down 0-2. Scoreboard for some reason reads 2-0, but it is 2 strikes. Ramos kicks and deals, swing and a miss, and there's the first out of the 9th inning. As Julio Ramos adds another strikeout to his performance tonight. That is number 6.
Julio Ramos has been lights out for this Larks team tonight. He has just been out there to take care of business. No other reason for him to be out there than to take care of business, and he has just been getting it done. I mean, I have been so impressed with Ramos's composure out there on the mound.
Las Cruces, New Mexico can get excited because they're getting a good one next season for the New Mexico State Aggies. It's an 0-1 count to the next batter, Preston Curtis, and on the very next pitch, it's going to be left outside for ball 1. As Julio Ramos there went to his 85-mile-per-hour slider. Next pitch is on the way again, missing outside, tying the count up at 2-1. The pitch to untie the count, and it's a swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Julio Ramos against number 13, Preston Curtis, the senior from Central Arkansas. And the next pitch just misses again. Julio Ramos trying to go outside. The frame was there, but it's not going to be called a strike.
Yeah, Rios did a nice job at framing that pitch up for the umpire behind home plate, but couldn't quite frame it up enough for him.
On the payoff pitch, it's going to be popped up into the night sky. Both Tabor Stokes and C.J. Reed are there. It's going to be Stokes that calls for it, and it'll come down to him for the second out of the inning.
2 crucial outs secured. The Larks are certainly a lot more comfortable than they were going into the top of this inning. They just need 1 more out to send this one to extras.
Larks are playing their 3rd game in a row that has spanned over 2 days. It's currently 12:11 a.m. Looking to complete the comeback. And Ethan Ho gets a big hit. It's going to go into center field. Caleb Duncan will make the catch on the Woo Shock logo, and it leads to out number 3. We are going to extras here in the semifinals.
Free baseball, folks. Enjoy it while you get it.
We'll be back in a moment. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. We've got extra innings. It's time for the top of the 10th. The Larks are back to the top of their order. It is Lane Sparks leading things off, hitting a line drive foul to start the inning on an 0-1 count. Or correction, it is Dylan LaRue who came in the 8th inning as a pinch hitter for Lane Sparks. This is the 32nd game for Dylan LaRue this season. He'll leave the next pitch high and outside for the first ball.
Well, Dylan LaRue is a player that I would characterize as someone that you can depend on when you need a big hit. A big hit. Not just any hit, a big hit. And Dylan LaRue is going to be the guy to get the job done for you if you need someone to come up big.
Next ball is hit foul. Stays next to home plate, but LaRue is now down 1-2.
LaRue this season is among the top home run hitters for this Larks squad. He's got 6 on the year.
Brett Foss will take his time. Here comes the pitch. And this one is drilled deep into left field. Robardi will run back for it, and this one just bounces foul.
Oh, man, that was extra base worthy hit all day. I mean, that ball just barely dropped into foul territory. A good-looking hit on some good contact from Dylan LaRue. Almost dropped that one into fair territory. I mean, I think everybody was on pins and needles wondering if that ball was going to drop in play.
Count is still 1-2. Trent Baker's on deck. Thomas Lissey's in the hole. Here comes the pitch. It's a hard ground ball over to the first baseman. Livingston will field it cleanly, tag the bag, and there's out number 1. That's actually not Livingston in the game anymore. That's number 9, Diego Gonzalez. Livingston is the one that moved over to second base, and Diego Gonzalez, who is listed as a catcher on the Lonestar roster, is at first.
Well, sometimes situations like that call for interesting measures, to say the least, and they're going to have to get creative when your guy gets thrown out of the game like that, especially a guy like Pendley, who is a pretty important player for this roster.
Trent Baker up to bat. He will leave the first pitch inside for the first ball of the at-bat. Baker is one of 2 Larks players to cross home plate twice tonight. We'll see if he can be the go-ahead run. The next pitch is on the way from Foss. Baker will take a swing at it, and it's a hard ground ball that lands in Foss's glove, and it's a throw down to first base, and it goes past the Gonzalez, and Trent Baker's going to move over to second base on an error.
Well, I have sympathy for you on that call, Hank. That was one of those where it's like, oh my gosh, what just happened? What is going on? I mean, it's situations like those where you're just like, what on earth just happened? And it's just the craziest things happen in baseball. We were talking about that right before this, actually, right before this inning. Baseball is such an unpredictable sport, and that is the beauty of it, in my eyes. And the Larks, man, they have kept their momentum in their favor. Thomas Lissy, he's had the hot bat. We'll see if he can drive that go-ahead run in.
From second is 180 feet. Trent Baker's already scored twice tonight, looking to do it for a third time. Lissy will hit the first ball foul. 0-1 to the third baseman.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Trent Baker try to steal third base here.
And Trent Baker will go to second base. And now he's going to be in a pickle, and he's going to be tagged out. Correction, he was going to third base. I apologize that I said second, but that leads to out number 2.
Well, props to Brett Foss on that play. He handled that nicely. He stepped off the rubber to be able to try and throw him out at second base on like a pickoff play, and Trent Baker just didn't quite read the pickoff very well, and unfortunately for the Larks, he's going to have to make his way back to the dugout, and the go-ahead run is no longer on the base paths. It is at the plate.
Next pitch is on the way. This one's a line drive, and it's going to go into right field. With 2 outs, Thomas Lissy is at first base as he's got his second single of the night, and for the 4th time tonight, he's on base.
Well, that hit stings almost even more now that he's on base, because a hit like that could have advanced Baker potentially to home from second base. Theoretically, if Baker really turned on the wheels, it would have been really close play at the plate. I think he probably would have been held at third, but regardless, it still stings, no matter how you look at that play.
Brady Kreitzer now up to bat. Fouls off the first pitch, and it's going to start the count 0-1. He's been walked twice tonight and is 0 for 3.
Well, he's due. It's time for a hit from Brady. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something drop into play now.
Next pitch goes to the plate, misses outside for ball 1. An even count to start for Brady Kreitzer, the senior from Hayes. The 1-1 is on the way, and it's a line drive into left field. Lauterbach tried making a jumping attempt for it, but couldn't grab it. Ribardi will throw it in, and the Larks have runners at first and second.
Well, what did I tell you? He's due. Brady Kreitzer crushing one into left field. A nice little knock from him. Thomas Lissy now in scoring position with no other than the Wichita State shocker himself, Caleb Duncan, up to the plate.
For the second time this inning, the Larks have a runner in scoring position, trying to bring Thomas Lissy home for his first run of the night. Here's the pitch, and it's a swing and a miss, missing on the outside. Brett Foss went to his slider and is going to start 0-1.
That was a very deceiving pitch there from Brett Foss. Got Caleb Duncan to chase.
Foss looks back at second, delivers the pitch, and it catches the zone for strike 2.
Caleb Duncan has to battle back now. They cannot afford to lose a runner on second base at this stage of the game. Thomas Lissy is such a crucial run for this Lark squad.
Here's the pitch from Foss, and it's a swing and a miss. And it's a strikeout to end the top of the 10th inning. And Lonestar will go back to work. They just need 1 run to win and set up a matchup in the championship game with the Hutchinson Monarchs. We'll be back in a minute. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. The Larks will return Julio Ramos to the mound to get 3 outs in order to keep the Larks' hopes of winning alive. All the Kraken need are 1 run, and they will emerge victorious. Diego Gonzalez is up to bat, and on the very next pitch, on a 1-0 count, it's going to be popped up in the infield. Tracking it down is Paul Smith for the first out.
Well, I'm not going to lie. The moment I saw that ball come off of his bat, I was really concerned. I thought he was going to go yard on that pitch. I thought that ball was out of the ballpark based on the way it came off his bat. It popped up in the air, so I took a big sigh of relief there, but the expression on my face was not quite a beautiful sight.
Now up is Kenner Lauterbach. He'll foul back the first pitch into the grandstand. He is down 0-1. After Lauterbach, it's Cato Ribardi and Major Brennan. Next pitch right down the middle for strike 2. And Julio Ramos looking for number 7. This one's put in play down the middle of the field. Reed fields it, throws down to first base, and it's not in time. Lauterbach slid and was able to get there in time. And the winning run is at first base. And looking back at the replay, it looked like he slid to the right of the bag, but I don't think you can overturn that in any way.
Nothing you can do to review a call like that, unfortunately, at this level.
Ribardi will leave the first pitch outside for ball 1. The Weatherford Community College commit from Prosper, Texas. He has the most runs on the team entering tonight's game with 6. And has crossed the plate once tonight. And is 1 for 2 as he faces a 1-1 count. Throw back to first base. Lauterbach is back in time. Rios puts his glove low, and the pitch is in there for strike 2.
Well, despite letting a guy on the base pass, Julio Ramos has kept his composure here in this at-bat.
I want to say that that's actually Dylan LaRue behind home plate now, but it's tough to tell with all the gear on.
I think you're correct. That does look like Dylan LaRue based on the number that I'm seeing. But for Ramos, it doesn't matter. He's kept his poise on the mound.
Big hit into left field, and that's going to advance both runners. As Cato Ribardi's at second and Kenner Lauterbach, the winning run, is in scoring position.
Well, the Larks could really use a double play right about now, as they are in need of some outs here in the bottom of the 10th.
The infielder from Louisiana Monroe, Major Brennan, is up now. And the first pitch goes to him. Left up high for ball one.
Yes, that is Dylan LaRue behind home plate there for the Larks. It is no longer Lorenzo Rios. I think Lorenzo Rios has been subbed out of the game now.
Ramos will take his time. He is the Larks leader in saves, and they're going to be relying on him right here as he delivers a swing and a miss to Major Brennan, moving the count to 1-1. Ramos kicks and deals on the next pitch, and it misses outside. It's a swing and a miss for strike two. Four seconds left on the pitch clock. Ramos takes his time, delivers, swing and a miss, and he adds another K to his stat sheet. 2 away, and now Lone Star's back to the top of their order, but face 2 outs.
57 strikeouts on the year for Julio Ramos. That is incredible. An incredible number to hit at any point in the season. Julio Ramos is putting on a show here in Wichita, Kansas. He is just 1 out away from getting the Larks out of this inning.
JT Simonelli's first pitch misses the zone, and it's ball one. In the on-deck circle is supposed to be Chase Penley, but we'll try to get a look of who is on deck now. Looks to be it's number 56 for the Kraken. That is Jax Marshall, the freshman outfielder from McKinney, Texas. Next pitch misses just inside, and it's 2-0. Again, the runner at second is Kenner Lauterbach. At first is Cato Ribardi. Here's the pitch from Ramos. This one's hit hard over to C.J. Reed, who's playing close to the outfield grass. He'll throw it to Paul Smith, and the Larks get out number 3. They come out of the 10th inning, still intact with a tied game, and now we'll play some even more baseball. It's time for the top of the 11th inning. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. Lorenzo Rios comes up to bat for the Larks to start the top of the 11th inning. And one of the most chaotic semifinal games you could possibly ask for, as he will face an 0-1 count to start, taking the first pitch. Still on the mound for Lone Stars, number 48, Brett Fossey Jr. from Salina, Texas. And the next pitch is going to be fouled out of play. 0-2 now to Rios. So the Rice Owl will have to fight back. Foss kicks and deals, and it just misses on the outside corner for ball one. This one's put in play. It's actually Julio Ramos batting. He's going to run down to first base, and it's not in time. There is the first out of the inning.
I'm just curious why Julio Ramos is batting. I'm wondering if they had to sub him into the lineup based on a substitution or a roster change or something that it made them have to make that change. Do you know, is Julio a two-way player? Do you know?
He has not batted at all this season. It almost makes me wonder if something did happen with Lorenzo Rios when the
here's what it is. Rios got thrown out of the game. They had to put They had to put LaRue was already in the lineup though, because he switched spots with Sparks. Sparks was no longer in the lineup, and so they ended up putting LaRue into the game for Sparks' hitting position at least, and then they have Julio Ramos hitting in the position of Lorenzo Rios.
0-2 count to Paul Smith with one out. He'll leave the next pitch outside. It's the fastball for ball one. Brett Foss is a player with a lot of experience for this Kraken team. Just wrapped up his junior season in the Sun Belt with Arkansas State. Before that, played 2 seasons with South Arkansas Community College, where he was one of the top players in the nation, ranked 7th for most wins in the Division II level of JUCO in 2024 with 10. And was also an all-state selection in high school down in Salina, Texas, where he attended Rock Hill High School. Paul Smith just fouled off the last pitch, and here comes the 1-2. This one's hit high in the air into center field. Curtis doesn't have to move very far. He's going to make the catch for out number 2.
Well, Tabor Stokes will come up to the plate. He was the guy that came up big for the Larks when they needed him most. He had that nice little double to left field that was able to score a run or two for the Larks that really kind of propelled them to where they are now.
First pitch to Stokes is a swing and a miss to start the count off 0-1. Stokes has 2 runs, 3 RBIs, and 2 hits. Here's the next pitch on the way, and it just misses inside for ball 1.
It's a good take there from Tabor Stokes. That pitch was very deceiving. Looked like it had a chance to slip into the zone, but it didn't, and Tabor Stokes had the discipline to not swing at it.
Still a lot of Larks fans in attendance trying to cheer on the team to victory. And the count moves to 2-1. Tabor Stokes had a half-hearted swing, and they looked at the first base umpire for an appeal, and he said that he did not go around. Here's the pitch to untie the count. This one's hit high into the air, and it looks like the Kraken are going to track it down. Preston Curtis comes in from center field and makes the grab for out number 3. So the Larks need to rely on their fielding and their pitching once again, as again the Kraken are 1 run away from victory. And we'll be back in a minute. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. The Larks will put Julio Ramos back on the mound to start the bottom of the 11th inning, as he's going to try to go for a 7 full innings now on the mound. He faces off against 2-3-4 for the Kraken as we get a new batter into the order. Jax Marshall batting second, coming in for Chase Penley, who got ejected earlier tonight. First pitch is called, ball 1.
Well, I'll tell you what's been quite a statement has been the fact that up until now I have seen no one in the Larks bullpen, not a single person. Julio Ramos has pitched an incredible game for the Larks tonight.
Count moves to 1-1 to Jax Marshall, the freshman from Weatherford Community College, and now he's down 1-2. He entered this game with only 2 hits and 2 runs, and has his back up against the wall with only 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ramos takes a deep breath. You could see it from up here. And time was going to be called, and they're going to, I think they're going to award a ball to Jax Marshall because I think the pitch clock ran out.
No, the pitch clock hadn't run out yet. That's a weird, I don't know. That's interesting that they awarded a ball there. The pitch clock still showed 5 seconds out there.
Pitch is on the way, and it's lined foul into the net. Jax Marshall staying alive.
I'd be curious to see if the umpire shows the pitch count here. The scoreboard out in the outfield is showing 1 and 2.
Here's the pitch from Ramos, and it's a swing and a miss. He gets another one to start the bottom of the 11th inning. That is number 8 on the night for the New Mexico State commit.
58 strikeouts on the year. Julio Ramos is looking for the big number 60s, 2 away from hitting 60 strikeouts for the Larks on the season. 10 of them coming tonight if he can get 2 more on the board.
Josh Livingston up to bat now. And his first pitch misses down low for ball 1. LaRue puts his glove low and outside. The pitch goes inside, and Livingston is ahead 2-0. Nine seconds on the pitch clock as Ramos delivers the next one, and that's going to be called ball 3 as it misses on the high outside corner.
Just barely missed the zone. It was a good-looking pitch there from Ramos. I would have swung at it myself. It was a good plate discipline there from Livingston to not swing at that one.
The 4th pitch of the at-bat, able to find the zone for strike 1 as Livingston watches it go by.
He's not quite out of the count yet. We'll see if Ramos can work his way back into this one.
Next pitch is on the way. This one hit high into the air. Trent Baker trying to sprint after it. He goes towards the foul line, and he stays in fair territory to make the grab for out number 2.
Considering Ramos was close to walking and putting the tying or the game-winning run on first base, that's the best that's the best outcome you could have asked for right there. A pop out is exactly what you want in a situation like that. It alleviates any more pitches that Ramos has to throw. It saves his arm, and on top of that, you secure the out. They're 1 out away from getting out of this inning.
Preston Curtis now to bat, trying to keep the inning alive. The Kraken have not scored since the 4th inning, and now a big hit into left field. Trent Baker going to try to run after it. He jumps up, and it goes over the fence, and it's a walk-off home run for the Lonestar Kraken. They will win it by a final score of 9-8, and they will set up a matchup in the championship game with the Hutchinson Monarchs at Equity Bank Park tomorrow night. And the Larks will see their season come to an end in the semifinals as the Lonestar Kraken win it by a final score of 9-8. So we'll have a post-game show coverage for you when we come back. And we'll be back in a moment. You are listening to the NBC World Series on the Larks Network. We welcome you back to X Stadium on the postgame show as the Larks fall to the Lonestar Kraken in the semifinals by a final score of 9-8. In a game where the odds were stacked against them in the middle part of the game, the Kraken got off to a huge lead, but in the end, they pull through with a walk-off home run. It's definitely a very disappointing way to end the season, but you got to give the Larks a lot of credit at the same time, putting up the fight that they did and almost returning to the championship game.
Without a doubt. They put up one heck of a fight. They played one heck of a game from start to finish. You know, that they go down that many runs in the game and have the will to try and fight back. I mean that was an incredible show of determination from this ball club. And Julio Ramos, he is the epitome of what grit stands for. That kid pitched one heck of a game, and New Mexico State has to be excited for a guy like him to be able to come and pitch for their university.
And we'll use this post-game show coverage to look back on this whole summer with what the Larks did. Obviously, they entered with a target on their back compared to usual as the defending champs. They put up a lot of fight here in Wichita, but just looking back at the entire season as a whole, they did so much. They got 32 wins in a season, and after tonight, they only had 5 losses on the year, which was incredible. And so many guys put themselves out there and made a name for themselves in Hayes America and gave Larks fans an exciting summer to remember with a lot of blowout wins and even many games where they had to show grit, making comeback efforts, especially some of the ones that we saw here in Wichita, and they put together an impressive season.
They did. They really did. And they not only won their very first NBC World Series last season, but had the opportunity to try to go to their second NBC World Series championship this season, and they really showed a lot of fight in this NBC World Series. They really did. And they cannot leave this city of Wichita with disappointment about this season. They played one heck of a season. They played one heck of a ball club here tonight with the Lonestar Kraken. You know, whether it ended the way they wanted to or not, that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. They have to look back on this season as we played our best, and they did. They really gave it all. They left it all out on the field from the first game of the season to the last game of the season here tonight.
And now the players will go their separate ways as they go play at their respective colleges next season. They walk away with a brotherhood like no other. They all come from different parts of the country. Like, we've looked at these last few games against different teams that the Larks have played, and it's built on a lot of regional players. You have Larks players coming from across the country, Colorado, Texas, Illinois, New Mexico, you name it. They all come from different walks of life, different levels, Division I, Division II, NAIA, JUCO, and they leave with that brotherhood and really have a lot to look forward to next wherever they go next. A lot of guys will be playing Division I baseball for the first time ever, like Lane Sparks, Tabor Stokes, and C.J. Reed, and many guys have found new homes, and it's going to be really fun to watch them, even though they're not part of the Larks anymore.
Well, and a lot of that can be credited to the Larks organization. They're able to give themselves a platform to promote themselves in so many ways through the Larks, and through that platform that they're given from the Larks, along with their own talent, they're able to elevate themselves to a higher level of baseball from merely just being the talented players that they are. They are very talented ball players, every single one of these guys on this roster, and I really hope that we get to see a lot of these guys come back next year and play for this Larks squad, because this is such a good bunch of guys. They've got great heads on their shoulders. We've talked to many of them throughout the season, and it's been really cool to get to interact with those guys and see what kind of people they are, because they really are good dudes.
It was a fun season, and our post-game show coverage is not over just yet. We'll have our final sign-off up next, so stick around for that in just a moment. So it's time for us to wrap up our coverage of this season, and we wanted to do one final sign-off. I'll let Eli go first. Is there anything that you want to say to the Larks fans?
Well, it's been an honor to be able to call for the Larks this season. I really didn't really know what I was getting into, I think, right off the rip. I just moved to Hayes for college just recently, and so I haven't grown up in the Hayes area, but I was welcomed with open arms to the Larks organization, and I've been very thankful for the opportunity that I've been given, and I really hope I get to work with the Larks in the future, whether that's as a broadcaster or even just getting to show up to games in the future. Whatever the case is, I am very thankful for the opportunity that has been provided to me by the Larks organization, and I really thank all of you at home for tuning into our broadcasts, especially here at the NBC World Series, where we didn't have the video broadcast, but we just had the audio broadcast. And the fact that you guys have been able to tune in, it has really meant a lot to Hank and I both.
And I'll say that, so I have grown up in Hayes my entire life until I was 5 years old, and I've been going to Larks games for a while. It's been one of the best things that you can do in the summertime. And when I got the call to do color commentary last season with Nick Helgett, it was an honor to do so. I had a lot of nerves going into it, but I had a fun time with them. It was the team that went on to win the NBC World Series, so I got to be part of history. And then back in February, I got a call from our producer, Brandon Purdy, asked if I wanted to do the play-by-play portion this summer. And that's probably the biggest honor that I've received so far in my broadcasting career. And I've got so many people to thank. Frank Leo, for starters, the head coach for the Larks, the entire organization that brought me back for this summer. And, again, our producer, Brandon Purdy, I thank him as well for what he's done. Thank you to Eli for being a part of this summer.
Well, I appreciate you having me along, Hank. It's been a blast.
And most importantly, thank you to the fans. You guys are the reason that we get to do all this. It's been a fun ride for this season, but this will wrap up our coverage of this season. The Larks see their season end in the semifinals, but they have a successful year, and it's going to be fun to see what they do in the future, not just for the organization, but for the players as well. So thank you all so much for an exciting season. I'm Hank Corsair.
Alongside him is Eli Blankenship, and good night, folks. Thank you all for tuning in.